So we thought that the high rate of malnutrition among primary school children, this is our main problem. And when we try to see the responsible parties or entities, the first are the parents or family and the community. And the reasons or causes, and the second, the schools, and we mean by schools, the staffs and the learning environment, etc., teachers, blah, blah, blah. And the third one are the stakeholders, Ministry of Education, education clusters, and members. And for the reasons that, or the cause of problem in each component or in each party, the first one, we thought that the family inability to provide sufficient nutrition for their children, the lack of awareness about healthy nutrition importance to children. This is not only among the families, but also the community, and the community are not addressing the malnutrition among students. And for the schools, we think that schools also are not tackling this problem or take it in consideration. And no canteens provide healthy food in schools of rural area. I mean, when I discussed with Nadia yesterday, we compare between the urban cities and the rural areas, and we found that at least at the urban cities, there are some canteens or like mini shops that can sell some products or foods for children, while in the rural area, this is rarely, found. And for the teachers, as a part of the schools, let me just go down. Teachers are not aware also of the healthy nutrition importance for students, so they didn't conduct any campaign of awareness for the children. As they are the source of knowledge, especially for the students in the rural areas. For the stakeholders, we thought that also they didn't take this, issue seriously, and they didn't do anything in order to manage this issue. And also the lack of interest in including the schools feeding on educational policy. There's no policy that imposes or suggested or encouraging including such campaigns in schools. And also in rural area, the nutrition is almost neglect, for students or children. And if we go back to the effects of this problem on these responsible entities, we believe that the economic burdens on poor families to provide meals for their children who are in school age, and also the parents withdraw their children from schools due to their inability to afford to keep them in schools. Yeah, schools is mentioned here twice, but what we would like to say that because of these burdens, they can't afford food for them, so they preferred to withdraw them from school because they are unable to feed them.
Okay, I think I will comment here because usually we should do only one sentence. Yes, so what you will do is that you mix them. So, for example, economic burdens on poor families to provide meals for their children, leading to their dropout or leading to withdrawing them from schools or what. So you can mix.
Okay. Thank you.
It's important to have one sentence because in the next step you will know that no, it should be one.
Okay.
Let's see if we have some pending participants. Okay.
Withdraw them.
We can see forcing parents to withdraw.
Yes, they are forced.
Okay.
Yeah, seems good. And regarding the schools, the effects on the schools, we comes with many points, but I don't know if we should put it one. But let me just tell you, actually, 4 schools lack canteens for providing healthy nutrition for 1,000 child, and weak educational performance of students because they are suffering malnutrition, so they lost their concentration during, the learning process, and also they lost the motivation also, to continue studying. And yesterday also we discussed that, or we noticed that also all these reasons would affect their performance as students. So could we consider this as one of the effects on, for example, the teachers also? Because we have gone through many studies saying that if the teacher notices a performance or a good performance in their students, this will motivate them to teach, motivate them to be more creative in delivering lessons. While if they would find the students' outcomes are poor, so they would be hesitant, yeah?
Yeah, it's like win-win situation or lose-lose situation.
Yeah, exactly. And also we observed the high absenteeism. Throughout the literature review, we noticed that there is a high absenteeism among students, and malnutrition is one of the reasons for this, or it's considered the main reason.
Okay. So yeah, the same issue. You need to rephrase it to become one sentence. So for schools like canteens for providing healthy nutrition, health. It's better not to use nutrition every time, but we can say to provide healthy food, or healthy and nutritious food. Because when we say nutritious, it means that it's enough in quantity and it has diverse things. So it has, for example, protein. It has the nutrient materials.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would combine them in one sentence, which lead to weak educational performance.
Yeah, it's the schools lack the canteens, which means students leading. Yeah, I think it's good. Now you just okay. You still can review it and make the best sentence you feel comfortable with.
Okay. And here we struggled yesterday, me and Nadia, saying what is the effects on the stakeholders or Ministry of Education and education clusters. And we thought maybe the learning outcomes are weak, so maybe this would affect the assessment of their performance.
I think here, like depending on my knowledge of what the clusters, ministry, and other partners are doing, there is a lot of work on school feeding. But the problem is that they never cover everywhere. That's one thing. The other thing is that especially rural areas, they are neglected so much.
Yes, we mentioned this point here, but what about the effects?
I think you could also even the effects. Stakeholders, let's say, have weak. So it's the idea is that the stakeholders, Ministry of Education, and other partners have weak contribution to improving school feeding in rural areas. In school feeding at rural areas, or yeah. So you could work on this, because what we want to change is that we want them to improve in this.
Yeah.
So the thing we put in the effects, we will have to target during the project so that we can do some changes.
Okay, according to your experience, have you witnessed any kind of food programs in rural areas before? In Yemen?
I know there were a lot of programs, but I don't know where they are implemented because I'm not really going to the clusters, but I keep seeing the discussions. I keep seeing like for example, there is a huge school feeding program in the Ministry of Education, but the problem, they are not working according to their mandate. They become food distributors. They distribute food in many districts in the country, but they focus on just the family. They never talk about students. There are other contributions somewhere, but yeah, still there is a huge need. That's the thing we should admit.
Okay, thank you. And regarding the harms on affected people, and we think that this issue will increase the rate of dropped out children and early child marriage and military recruitment.
I think for early child marriage or military recruitment, it's more on the impact on the community. Although it's, yes, they are affected as group, but now it's like it becomes a problem for the whole community. We need to make the outcome very clear, to the point that we can change it. The harms on people, it should be changed by the end of the project. So if we are talking about military and early marriage, it's out of our hands. We cannot change in the project, at least like for the short time.
I mean, yeah, we discussed this yesterday, and we see that because of the child marriage, so the community will be illiterate.
Yes.
So
you can see illiteracy increase in the family, in the community, due to child early marriage. And although we don't want to have like very long or very far connections, but we can see illiteracy rate increase in the family, leading to less opportunities for the generations, like the future generation.
So is it better to put the early child marriage and military recruitment here, or on the harms?
No, the harms we should not. We need to put something we will really change during the project.
Okay, yes. So we will keep it here on the harms on community.
Yeah. And the impact, you can do whatever. It's fine. But because usually the impact, we just contribute to improving it, while the harms, we should solve it. It should be solved by the end of the project.
Okay.
To increase the rate of dropped out of school.
We can maybe say that it's just effect on harm on affected people, that they have less opportunities in their life.
Yeah, exactly. So
their future will be worse.
Yeah. So increase the rate of dropped out of school with uncertain future or whatever. Uncertain future means they might be recruited in military, they might be working, they might be losing all good opportunities to work in good places. But yeah, okay. I think now is good. I know that the problem for your project for now, this question, yes, should you mention women in the problems tree? I think they should be mentioned, and already mentioned in the effects on parents and family and community.
No, we mean by that, our project also aims to empower women, because they were people who will, cook or prepare foods in the canteens. So we haven't mentioned this.
Yeah, it will be just the approach. So you will need to mention the women's are responsible for feeding children.
Where?
In number
here
one.
In the problem tree here?
Yes, in number one.
Okay.
You mentioned that women's usually are the most responsible. They are responsible for feeding their children. And they are the ones who are preparing food in rural areas.
Yes.
And you mentioned that many women lost their, they say what?
Breadwinner?
Breadwinner, yes. Women women lost their breadwinners due to the war, so they became the only breadwinner and they don't have any livelihoods. So in the solution, you will say, we will hire these women to prepare food and for the children in schools, and still they receive income. So they will be just part of the project, but not the whole project. And like the approach will be solving it through giving women's opportunities to make food and sell in schools. And then like they will be paid for that.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I think now is good. Now is good. Yes, great. Who else? Who is ready to discuss?
Can I?
Yes, Olga. Yes.
Because my topic is different, so I want to be sure that I do everything in the right way. Because I cannot just copy.
You know, the best thing in this training is that we have varieties of different thoughts, different backgrounds. So
yeah, but that's why I need to double check all the time, because I can't copy what you do, guys. No, I have to do it in a different way. So how can I share my screen?
I think you are already co-host. Okay.
Can share.
For others, are you enjoying discussing the other projects, or you want to move? Just as a question, are you also enjoying the discussion?
Sure. It's a good practice for us also.
Okay. Okay, because what we do now is that we try to explore the approach. Are we doing this? Can we do it for anything? So once we know that we can do it for anything, we can develop projects easily in the future.
I'm on my way to share screen. Yes.
And you know, this approach, I tested it many times. Usually the donors say, we like the project because it's organized. They know exactly how we developed it.
So I have a lot of points here. The main problem is that street cats, they reproduce uncontrollably and have very low quality of life. So there's a major problem we are going to solve with this problem.
Would you mention in Amman? You see in Amman, or
basically it's in whole Jordan.
Okay. Okay.
But we're just targeting Amman because we cannot cover the whole country.
Yeah, you can mention that. Yeah, usually it's better to mention. Yes.
Okay, I will just add in Amman.
Okay.
So yeah, basically Amman has a bigger problem because it's a megapolis and it has more opportunities for cats to reproduce. Okay. So we specified 3 responsible entities. It's like community, culture, and activists, veterinary clinics, and animal care facilities.
Olga, could you just zoom in the table?
Yes. Like this?
Yes. Now is good.
Yeah. So I changed what animal care centers and shelters. I changed it for animal care facilities to make it general.
Yes.
So if you go to community, culture, and activities, our biggest challenges are that there is a lack of awareness about cats' nature and needs in general in the community. They just have no idea about these creatures, let me say. Lack of awareness about possible humane ways to control cats' reproduction. So what they do, they just know the only way to kill them. They do not do how to make it in a human way. Okay. So social perception of street animals as things or trash, they do not deserve attention or effort. So they just even do not see these animals. Someone is painting on it, right?
No worries. Don't worry about that. That's fine.
Okay, so the idea is that they even don't think that animals force to help them. So just something they do not notice on the street. Low level of financial capacity to cover needs of street cats in vet services. Now we are talking about those people who maybe are willing to help, but they just do not have funds to do that. Religious prejudice about sterilization of animals. So a lot of people still believe that it's haram, it's like a sin to sterilize animals, that it needs a lot of work to explain them that basically it's for good of the animals, it's not something bad for the animals. So it's also a huge, huge work to be done. Social perception of pets as toys, home decoration, elements of prestige, which leads to abandoning them. So they do not buy or adopt animals to be friends for them. They see them as a thing, as a toy or some decoration. They buy it to make their children have fun. And as soon as they get bored or it's out of fashion, for example, this breed is out of fashion and there is another more expensive breed, they will abandon this one and buy another one. Lack of personal responsibility for domesticated animals and their reproduction control. So they just do not think that they should take care of kittens of their, for example, cats. They do not take care of spaying domestic cats. They just release them after that, throw them out to the street or let them go and reproduce on the street. Low level of public outreach of the initiatives launched by the activists. So those few people here who are trying to do something, they have really low outreach. People do not know about them. People do not hear them. They are not too much visible in this country. Limited resources of activists. So they do not have mostly funds or people. They do not have resources to do what they do. They are very few here. They don't have a team and they do not have money. Lack of organized social movement of animal protection. Basically, it's not existing. So it's something which a few people are trying to do. So it's not organized movement. Lack of NGOs in animal protection. They are one or two, only, maybe one, maximum two. Killing street cats is considered as easiest and acceptable way to control their number. So that's what I already mentioned, but I wanted to specify it because it's very unhuman what is done here, because that's the only way they approach here. So with regard to veterinary clinics, the problem is that they have very low level of professional skills, extremely low level. Also, we have lack of motivation to help street cats. So they are not interested to do something. They just do their work for money. High cost of veterinary services. Really, people cannot afford them, even if they want to. It's very expensive. It may cost up to 20% of people's income. So only one surgery, for example, for cats. It's really unaffordable by a lot of people. Lack of programs, discounts, initiatives for street cat, risky cats. For street cat risky cases. So probably sometimes people find a cat which needs help, probably was hit by car or very ill with some kind of disease. They want to help this cat. They do not have money, and there is no program to support them. No discounts in vet clinics for risky cases. Nothing which can help them to take care of these street cats.
Yes, I have just one question. How many veterinary clinics
in Jordan?
Yes.
They are many. They are many, but they all are not professional. The problem of Jordan is that every veterinary doctor, as soon as he graduates, he believes that he is the god and he opens a clinic. So it's like one person clinic, let me say.
Yes,
so,
but there are a lot.
They are a lot. It's the same story with human medical here. The human doctors is really the same. They graduate, they open the clinic because they have a certificate, but they cannot perform good quality of services. The same story is here. So they are many, but they are very low qualified. So the very simple manipulation, these clinics can kill animals. They can kill them by grooming. It's very high rate of death after grooming or after surgery of spaying. That's another thing why people do not do that, because the quality of veterinary services is very low, and you always risk to bring your pet for surgery. Your pet cannot make it because in the whole world, the surgery is very easy and very safe, and you can do it in 15 minutes, and next day your animal is fine. But due to low qualification of doctors in Jordan, your animal can die maybe like 1 week after that because the surgery was performed in a bad way. That's another challenge why people do not spay animals.
Okay, low level of professional skills, and okay. So we don't need to say that there is a need to establish new clinics. It's just to improve the current ones.
Yeah. We have a lot of clinics, but they are not affordable by price, and they perform bad quality services.
Okay.
So the last responsible entity is animal care facilities. I also added government because I needed to say regarding regulations in this country. It's a very big challenge here also. So what I did, I made them together, government and animal care facilities.
Yes, okay.
If you go to animal care facilities, a critically low number of animal care facilities. I know about only one, officially registered center, which is extremely bad one. In fact, I will not mention it in this project because it's not my duty to estimate their work. But the idea that there is no competitiveness.
Yes. Competitiveness.
They are only one. They're the only one center of animal care. So lack of capacity of animal care facilities, the same story. This center, they are full. So they don't have possibility to take more cats or dogs. Lack of skills of the staff of animal care facilities. The same story with vet clinics. So even those people who work there, they are not trained enough to deal with animals, and too much cases with cruel behavior because they just not proper people to work with animals. Maladministration of existing animal care facilities. So it's somehow related to previous notes because maladministration will lead to bad quality, will lead to bad staff, and so on. But in general, it causes this. It has other outcomes because they are working not in proper way. Even the only one facility, they are not performing their work normally. No, now we come to government. No legislative regulation and proper governmental control of street animal management and care. Basically, there is no control at all. So people just do not take care of this, and government also, they do not do anything. No regulation, no rules, nothing. So something which just as it is. No legislative regulation and proper governmental control of trade in pets. It's another challenge because they bring these pets, like thousands of them, to Jordan. Then no one controls what's happening with them. No one can take control about their health, about their further destiny, nothing. So it's just something which is happening because people want to make money on it. At all, no rules, nothing. Everyone can bring a cat just in airplane and then trade in it. So they can bring 10 cages of cats and trade in it. No documents are needed, no history of this pet, no breed history, nothing. So it's just happening.
Okay.
No legislative regulation and proper governmental control of pet treatment by owners. It's another story. What happens with the animal after they're bought? No obligatory chipping or microchipping of the cat. No obligatory visiting of veterinary clinics or registration of the animal. So people just can buy it, play with it for a couple of weeks, throw it out, and no one will take care of that. So because there's no control, no regulation on that.
So usually, Olga, in other countries, usually there should be documentation for every.
Yes. So basically, what they do, they make microchipping for each animal. This microchip contains information about the owner or owners of this animal. Basically, how can it be sold in Jordan? When you bring animal inside the country, it should be microchipped and it goes into the system. So on the border, They scan microchip and they see what animal to which company or trader belongs. And then when this animal is bought by person, it also should be added to the history of this animal, and this information should be on the microchip. So when this person comes to the veterinary clinic, they scan microchip and they can see from where this animal came, in which pet shop it was bought, who was the owner, who was the next owner. And when you find this animal on the street, you pick it up, you bring it to the doctor, they scan microchip, and they can tell you who brought this animal to the street, who threw it out, who is unresponsible owner. And then they can charge this owner, they can make fines, any responsibility, administrative responsibility, some penal responsibility if it's something like cruel or, you know. So basically, the destiny of this animal can be followed by microchipping only. That's very easy way. It's very simple. Jordan makes microchips, so anyone can come to that clinic, pay 15 GD, and make microchipping of the animal. Problem is that it's not registered anywhere. So I have, for example, my microchip cat. If I lose one, or if I give it for adoption, but another person will not make any registration, no one will know. So this microchip will not contain any information because it's not regulated by law. It's not demanded by law. So in Jordan, this microchipping is done only because when you want to go out to any other country, you have to have it. But the history on microchip will appear after you cross the border of this country. So if I want to go to Europe, the first registration of my animal will happen on the border of European country, not before. Don't even have this microchip for 10 years. But if I do not go out of Jordan, no information will appear on it because there are no regulations within the country.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a big problem that we just knew about. Okay, so let's go to the effects.
Yeah, but the last one is knowledge transfer regulation and governmental initiatives for animal reproduction control. So it's another story because in other countries they force owners of the animals to spay them if this animal is not valued for breeding. So if it's just normal street pet, you have to spay. You have no choice. You have to in order to avoid multiplying of them. But if it's some breed which is expensive, which is needed to continue breeding this cat, you can do that under some regulation. So it's very, very strictly regulated. In Jordan, it's not regulated at all. So there is nothing related to reproduction, not of domestic cats, neither of street cats.
Okay.
So when we go to effects, community is not involved into the process of humane control of street cat population, and it exacerbates. I googled this word.
Exacerbates. Okay.
Yes. The problem by abandoning domestic cats and or their offspring. So what they do, they basically, if we don't have one problem of existence of street cats, we have another side of this problem when people abandon their domestic cats or abandon offspring of their domestic pet. So they just have a cat, they let her give birth 4 times a year. They do not want these kittens, they just throw them out to the street and they exceed the number of street cats this way. So this is an effect made by community.
Okay, clear. Okay.
Effect made by veterinary clinics. Quality and cost of veterinary services do not encourage people to TNR. TNR is trap, neuter, return. So when you trap a cat, you make pay on nurturing for this cat, and then you return him back to the street to live his life, but without reproducing. So it's a campaign. It's a like a universal term, TNR.
Okay.
So encourage people to TNR street cats and nurture domestic cats because it's too much expensive. And also maybe, I mentioned quality and cost. It's expensive and it's risky. That's why people didn't do that. Animal care facilities in government, the effect is that a network of animal care facilities is not developed and has no or very limited practical impact on the problem. Basically, that's it. So when it goes to harm on affected people, in our case, affected cats, don't have people, is a growth in number of feral cats increase of the suffering of disease, weak health, human cruelty, lack of shelter, lack of access to fresh water and food. So it just increase suffering and number. And when we go to harm on community, what I mentioned, that what I was asking you yesterday, how we can connect cats and community. What I did, I said that more cases of contagious disease, including disease transmitted from cats to human, including rabies, increase of human violence against animals, degradation of humanity values and moral principles inside the society, which leads to decrease of the level of compassion between people and can cause increase in violence against humans. So what I mean by that, that people, two parts, but first part is disease. As more street cats we have, as much disease we have. So it's related. But another side is that if we tolerate inhumane behavior towards animals, it can lead to inhumane behavior towards people. It's like normally already, it's a fact actually, it's something that we observe. If a person is okay to harm or hurt animals, after some time it will be okay for him to harm or hurt a human. So basically, I connected it in the way, if we don't have animals, if we are cruel to animals, it leads to degradation of our humanity values. It makes us less compassionate.
Okay.
So,
okay, great, thank you.
Did I do it right?
No, you did very well. For the harms, they are now, although they look like mini sentences, but still they are paraphrased as one sentence, so it's fine. And then you can change in that once we go to the next step.
Okay.
Thank you, Olga. Yes, I think we still have the chance to discuss just one project, so we move to the next step. Who is ready?
If no one, I will.
Okay. Yes, Huda. Okay, now. Okay. I think we are missing Abdullah. We are missing Abdullah for now. Okay, that's fine. Maybe he has a meeting and will join later. Okay, so Huda, you can share and
Can I?
you can share the Excel sheet. Now you are already a co-host.
You can make anybody to share their files when you go to participants and or not a participant for sharing, make choose the multiple sharing files for participants or like this. No need to make co-hosts.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, could you please just zoom in so we can
Okay.
yes we can read.
Now is it better?
Better, yes, I think, but you still have the chance to
what?
zoom in more if possible.
All right.
Yes, okay.
This way.
Yes, now is good.
Actually, there is the funny part.
Okay.
I try to apply the same method for a different topic. Let's see how things go. I just did it like 1 hour ago. It will be interesting if we discuss it together and see if
yeah, sure. That's why
I follow the same process. So it's not the same topic as yesterday. It's not the same topic as the day before.
Okay.
Okay. So the topic is women and youth. The problem is that women and youth have very limited participation in decision making for peace process in Yemen.
Okay.
Any comment about this?
And okay, and decision making for peace process in Yemen. Yes, now is good.
Okay. And the affecting factors in this.
Hoda, can I ask you to remind us the name of your project?
My project. This is a third topic. So it's the point is that we did the process. We know what to do exactly, and then we can change topics, right? We can apply the same thing.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but you could continue with this till the end. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. So the factors affecting this, leading to this problem, the community and culture, economy, and government and local authorities. Is
Okay.
it good? Is it good?
Yeah, we will see what do you mean by economy, because if we can change them, then it's good. If we cannot change them during the project, it means we need to review.
Okay. So so regarding community and culture, there are customs and traditions restricting women and youth rules and participation rules in some areas of life.
Okay.
So according to culture, there are certain positions, for example, certain jobs that women cannot hold. Also, youth, they are not allowed to do or to participate in certain activities until they become like mature and whatever, especially in politics. Okay.
Okay. I will like in some areas, maybe you need to see in some areas of life, some areas, geographic areas. I mean, we need to make it very clear. And also similar, let's say we could apply this to any project. If we read something and then we know that we cannot change it during the project lifetime, then it means it's not very specific. We need to specify even more. So for example, here there are some customs and traditions restricting women. If these customs and traditions are like we as project or we as NGOs cannot change, then we need not to add it.
I think we cannot change them, but we can raise awareness about the
yes.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
we will change custom and traditions for prejudice, social prejudice against participation of women in some spheres or the role of women in some spheres. Because prejudice is something we can deal with.
For me, I think it's the customs. I mean, if not the family and family in its smaller concept and its larger like concept.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We will leave it here, and then we still can visit if we didn't find it very specific. That's the thing. Okay, let's go to the second.
Okay, a component of culture also, there is religion. There is a religious controversy over some issues relevant to women and youth. Let's say inclusion, for example.
Inclusion and
inclusion.
participation.
Okay.
Yeah, you could add both. Yes, inclusion and participation, because when you add them, we exactly see what you want to do.
Yes. And it's a kind of controversy because some religious kind of leaders, they allow women to participate in certain kind of events, and others restrict them. So there is, I mean, it's not like fixed in some issues.
Okay.
Okay, the third one, I think it has a rule here. Community adopts negative cultural practices like early marriage, which affects actually both men and women, not only women.
Although this is true, but when we mention early marriage and we talk about participation, I mean, it's like we need to change early marriage before we solve the women participation. So it's very
it's only an example. We can delete it.
Yeah,
Totally like
that's what I mean. Yes, so we need to
Okay.
see, we need to mention a practice that we can really change very quickly.
Okay, and in this area, actually, what we can do is raising awareness. We can, I mean, we cannot interfere like with religion. We cannot interfere with customs, and what we can do here is only raise the awareness of people.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, we will discuss. For example, for religious, we can coordinate with the religious figures to talk about youth participation and women, and that it's needed for the community, for development or whatever. And the same for maybe the tribal leaders in the number one.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So shall we move to the second component?
Okay.
Which is economy. There's like continuous increase in prices, all prices, whether they are fuel.
But you can see here we cannot change.
Yes, we cannot change, but what we can do here is that we can build the capacity of youth and women in certain areas so that they can like earn money.
In general, maybe instead of the economy, we can see the youth themselves, youth and women. Although they are affected, but still they can be targeted. I mean, because I mean, economy is really huge. I mean, I see that training youth and women for increasing their income is not really solving the prices.
Maybe we should, if you're talking about their capacity, we can mention those who can give job opportunities
here
in this sphere.
So job opportunities,
like maybe entities who can give job opportunities, private sector.
Can we leave the title until we see the rest
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, then we can discuss. It's fine. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Because for example, when a young man or a woman, they want to start their like enterprise or they want to start their own business, the first thing they think about is money and the prices and how can they buy things, how can they start their job, their business.
Yeah, but this is Huda, this is like applicable a lot for, let's say, livelihoods project or economic empowerment project, but it doesn't go with peace building projects. That's the idea.
Okay.
So, for example, if we are talking about a peace process, it means that we need to limit all the problems that really prevent them, because at the end we are talking about, let's say, 200 young men and women, but we are not talking about the economy, youth and women, let's say.
So youth and women, okay. I think we will change also the points here.
Yes, it's fine. It's fine.
And then we have the unstable currency exchange rate.
It will be changed. First point, second point, and even the
third point also.
The third point, it will not be in business. We need to say that yes, there are limited opportunities for women and youth
in jobs,
and not in jobs, because it will be not peace building. Here we will see, for example, limited participation in let's say we need to think about it. Limited participation in national discussions or in public events.
Okay. So can we change the number 2 and number 1?
Yes.
You
just delete now. Just delete now, and I think you can. If we can't now come up with very clear points, we can still visit this project again until we feel satisfied.
Fine. Okay. As I said, it's like it's less than 1 hour work.
Yeah. I know.
Okay. Now the third component, which is government and local authorities.
Okay.
We can do nothing about this. What we can do here is maybe coordination and maybe awareness raising. So legislations, famous articles of women and youth inclusion in political practices. It's something huge, I guess.
It could be logic, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out what we should do. I mean, especially, yeah, it's okay. Just leave it. Okay.
Okay. And then there is inadequate representation of women and youth in the parliament.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay. Number 3, sorry. There are few leadership opportunities given to women and youth. They are mostly
Yes.
Excuse me, Dr. Adel.
Yes. Few leadership opportunities in the government.
Actually, there is a colleague talking to me. Anyway, so few leadership opportunities given to women and youth. Mostly women and youth, they strive to gain these opportunities. They are not given to them. They are not bestowed over them.
Okay. So, for example, point number 2, number 3, it could be good. I think is good, but number 1 also still just need to make it legislation, women inclusion, political. Still, number 1 is good. It could be good. Just keep it.
Okay. Fine. Right.
Because it could be solved by advocacy and a lot of activities like meeting the decision makers and talking about how this could be possible. When you go to the next step, you will discover the points that are not clear and the ones that are clear.
Fine.
Okay, let's go to the effects. Yes.
Just a question to Huda. How do you see the relation between capacity, buying capacity, let me say, financial capacity of youth and women and their participation in this process? How is it related in general? Just to understand how to fill the middle column. Because I do not understand how wellness can be related to participation in political process.
Actually, what I believe is that peace doesn't come overnight, and it doesn't come by a meeting or coordination or having law or whatever. It comes from everyday life, everyday practices. So when youth and women establish businesses that engage different components of the society, for example, a cafe, for example, like a micro institution, so this makes people come closer and they accept each other.
Yeah, but we can say it about any field, I guess. The better you live, the more active you are in any sphere. Probably we should think about going to any other component here.
Like?
I don't know. We need to think about it, but maybe not economical capacity. Maybe something different. So we have community and culture. It's pretty clear what is the role of community and culture. And the role of government and authorities is pretty clear. Maybe we can add some associations. I don't know if you have.
Could be CSOs, civil society organizations.
Okay, I would like to make here a comment. Actually, there are many young men and women who want to participate in events abroad, I mean outside Yemen, that are designated for youth, designated for peace, for women inclusion, but they cannot participate due to high cost of like tickets. They can't afford.
But if we go to some associations, they can facilitate, they can help them. So I believe that we have a lack of some organizations which can help women and youth to be more involved. So people
Yes.
do not organize themselves. They need someone to organize them. So I believe that we are missing some organizations here.
Yeah. So we can change youth and women to civil society organizations.
Okay.
And then we can add all these topics that you mentioned, like that they cannot afford tickets and so on, because basically these organizations, they can facilitate, they can raise funds for that, they can get discounts and some kind of their job as well.
But now when we put civil society organizations, it means that they are part of the problem. They cause the problem.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
they
will be part of the solution if they are activated. That's the idea.
So now for example, can mention that there is lack of such association or organization if you don't have them.
Yes, so we can see civil society organizations, less opportunities given. So maybe not just less opportunities, could be few opportunities, or let's say sometimes it's biased opportunities. So for example, you would find the same people, they go for all the events, and there is no clear let's say competitive opportunities. So for example, they open for young people to apply, and then they select the best ones every time. But instead of that, everyone just call his friends, come, we have an event, and then every event you find the same people.
Exactly. Yes. So does it work like this?
Yes, and projects. It's not just in projects, in peace. What peace or
initiatives.
You could keep the same sentence. Yes, in peace initiatives. Yes.
Okay.
Maybe in peace initiative, in peace building initiatives, and so on. Okay.
Okay. I think I will do this myself, just for the time. Okay.
Okay, but now it's clear. I think yes. After we added civil society, it becomes very clear.
Yeah, I'm focused also.
Yes.
Okay, so then we will change here also. This is the problem.
Yes.
Affecting how it will affect the community. It will affect the society or the community, and that the society will lack participation of two very important components in establishing peace, which are women and youth. It will be like lame.
Okay, society likes. Okay. Although it's good, but I'm trying just to make it as specific as possible. That's yes, Bandar.
Yes. Well, Huda, this is great, but let's be realistic. I mean, now, for example, if you prepared this before 7-8 years, I would say yes. I would agree with you. But for now, we need, I mean, because we work with youth, especially with women. We work with youth, educated and non-educated, and in rural areas, and we do interventions to ensure empowering women, right? And we had yes.
How much are they involved in the process of making peace? Now we are on the
yes. I mean now, I mean why I said let's be realistic, because now let's speak about phases, because before I ask a young person, let it be man or woman, to make a decision, they should be first involved in building the country. I mean, their participation first should be in the activities, not in making decisions now. I mean, it's I agree with you, but what we can say that we encourage leaders to be young. I mean, let's say not making decisions, because we all understand that the Yemen situation is different. I mean, and it's complicated also with two governments. And each government has many sub-governments or sub-decision makers, right? We understand that, I mean, right? So my opinion, or I could say advice, if you can, I mean, this is good, I mean, but if you can just move it toward building the economic and having an impact, and having also participating or providing information for leaders to take the right decision, right? I mean, what can we do as young, let it be women or men, and helping, because we need to help them. Sometimes they require some information, right, that will help them. For example, I had an experience that the grape, I mean, we know in North grapes, I mean, this is one of the product which is famous in Yemen, grapes. We have in Bani Hashaish in some areas. This year, 70%, only 70% or 30% of the yearly production was there. There was no grapes. And some ladies, they were actually took some loans to establish their own farms. They have just made a small idea of reaching the leaders and decision-making leaders to tell them there is a problem. People are building houses. They are removing the farms. And she has done some study and analysis and collected some information. Then immediately they have appointed her to be the one who's responsible in the Ministry of Culture, or I'm sorry, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, yes. So she started giving the idea. So now they have attracted many farmers, let it be from colleges, from universities, to do some studies, and all let's say vegetables and fruits in the near future, that it's affecting Yemen and affecting everyone. So what I'm saying is, political, in the current situation when there is a war, it's very difficult to play a part, because people are fighting with with bombs and guns and decisions and making decisions. The opportunity for us, I mean, we should select the right time, but we have to play a part. I agree with you. You are totally correct. We have to play a part. Man and woman, youth. I mean, because now actually it's not about women only. It's also about men. Young men cannot take decisions. They don't get opportunities for access, for jobs, for everything. So all of us, we are in the same. We are in the same. Let's say. Same line, or same we're facing the same enemy, right? So we need to gather all our let's say I mean, we need to be smart and use the right tools to access, by, for example, solving some problems, which is economic problems, social, sometimes maybe if there is something about our culture, we can participate, so they can help the leaders to make decision. But now I think the leaders themselves, they are fighting to take a part of taking a decision. Leaders from 40, 30 years, they're fighting together because they want to take a decision. Imagine if we ask for a support or a donor to give us the opportunity. Yes, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. I do appreciate your viewpoint and your advice also. But as I said, this is a kind of an exercise I did like 1 hour ago. And number two is that I don't know. I feel I like the topic, and I might continue in it. I mean, I might read more. And
yeah,
I might improve.
I mean,
might improve.
Sorry, let me just put
areas.
one point clear. It's your project, write whatever you want to write, type whatever you want. But I just wanted to add and give you our experience. I mean, because we were speaking about women and man and youth, so that's carry on. I will. If you go for presidential elections, trust me, I will select you.
Okay.
Huda and Bandar, when we design a project, it doesn't mean that it's not applicable. It's just the way we design it. That's regardless of the situation. We can make the analysis very realistic to the current situation, and then we can design as nice interventions as possible so it's implemented. And usually the good thing in our work is that nothing is impossible. It's just the way we design the things. So no need to discuss it like from the point that it's applicable or not, because we can make it applicable if we did the necessary change. Yes,
exactly.
Yeah, so because I mean we will go through it now, and we will do whatever changes, such as the thing we did in point number 2. So we will keep reading it, and then I will give you more chance, Huda, to review and visit and make it as specific as possible, and then you could discuss it again.
Can you just give me one second? I want to encourage Huda.
Yes. It's good. It's good.
It's all about, like, choosing the biggest problem to solve. Existing of one problem does not mean that we should not work on other problems. So economical empowerment is very important, but it's a different project. This project, it doesn't mean that economical problems make all other problems not so important. And youth and women in peace process, they are still topical despite all other problems that we may have. So as a woman from country in war, I can tell you that yeah, it's still important, and it's still something worth to work on.
Especially there is like there is hope that war stops soon and people start thinking about establishing peace.
Yeah, and basically peace is a way to economical development.
Yeah.
So,
shall we continue, or would you like
to
please continue so that we will also revisit the project just to feel comfortable, like once we see it very specific. So
sure.
now yeah, you just read the effects, harms and impact.
Okay, so the effect on the responsible entities, which is the community, as we said, the society misses the participation of 2 components in establishing peace, which is men and women, men and youth. Sorry, women and youth. I mean, young men and women. So you had a comment here, Dr. Adel? Can we move?
Now is good. It's just we don't need to see the 2 components. We just see society lacks participation of youth and women, or maybe we can see lack role models of strong participation of men and women. Because the problem for society usually, once there are no role models, they don't encourage.
Role models.
Yes, like, let's say if there are good figures of women and youth who participated and they did a huge change in the community, then they will be happy to push their like the women's and youth to participate next time. But if they don't see role models, they don't really feel motivated.
Okay. Actually, there is something I should do. Can we continue later with that?
Yes, we can.
There is like an interruption here, so I need to stop here.
It's fine. So let's stop, and then we revisit your project tomorrow, like the beginning of the day.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Huda. Okay, so I think how many projects we already discussed yesterday? We discussed one education is in the presentation. We don't count that, but we discussed already for Olga, Irina, Sumud, and Nadia. So it's one project, and now Huda, Bandar. So already 5 projects, right? I don't know who else we have. We have Ghadir, Safa, Ibrahim. Who else?
Basma.
Aisha and Basma. Yes, Basma, are you ready to discuss?
I'm not so proud. No,
I think we need to see it, and then we move to the objectives.
I did it yesterday when we were talking about arena projects, so I did it in the same time. So I will share it.
Okay. Yeah, so we will take only 14 minutes. We will go very quickly on that. So we will give you a chance to improve if you want.
To embarrass myself, okay.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You know, it's this is very difficult exercise. It's not easy.
It's not easy.
Oh yeah, I will give you a permission. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Now it's ready.
Okay, so it's okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, just zoom in so we.
Okay. Okay. So the main problem is youth or the new generation do not have enough knowledge about their heritage. Community and media of lack of awareness about heritage importance, lack of interest in heritage projects comparing to human projects during the war. For the artists and relevant professional, lack of experience, lack of documentary, lack of financial support.
Okay.
For the institute, relevant institute, lack of centers who support cultural heritage and art, lack of materials, book, documents that serve heritage. Also, lack of financial support for the heritage projects.
You know, maybe Basma, I will comment here so that you also work on it a little bit. It's
okay
because we took heritage with no specific like
yeah, it's like open.
Yeah, it's open to the point that I don't know what to comment.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need to you need to talk about, let's say, music. Or you talk about art. You talk about, let's say,
maybe just cultural heritage to make it more specific. Because
but even cultural, it's huge when you see a culture. So we need to decide what in culture.
This is what I want to ask you. Is it like one project that I have to put? Because when I said my heritage project, it means I have a lot of sections I want to go through.
Yeah.
So I choose one section to solve the problem, right?
Yeah. You should, for example, if we are talking about wildlife, let's say, it would be really difficult to talk about everything, but you could talk about any animal that is going in extinction. You know what is extinction?
Yeah.
You know, when there is an animal that is about to disappear from the whole life. Yeah, so that's the same. So for example, heritage, what heritage are you talking about? Singing in Yemen, for example, the Yemeni songs are stolen everywhere and everyone is saying it's their own songs while it's originated in Yemen, let's say.
We can say that, or we can revive the instrument of oud, the turbi, for example.
Yes.
Okay, so because this is why I was like huge. I was like swimming.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Maybe you can think to make a series of projects under the same title, like My Heritage, and
Yes.
then you give more specification, like My Heritage in music, My Heritage in arts, My Heritage.
Yeah, I was thinking to do My Heritage, then I go to sections like heritage music, and then I go through music. There is specific music songs and
basically you will make one template and then you will just amend a little bit. You will make a number of projects.
Yeah. Usually we do that. We do that usually. So yeah, in general, you just decide what you want. So you could go more on details.
Okay.
But
So
continue so that we just see what you have.
okay, so for the community activist media, community and activist media are not supportive of the heritage projects during the war. It's almost the same thing I wrote. The second one, it's artists and relevant professional are not supporting to document the heritage to preserve it.
Okay.
For the relative institution, lack of places to collect heritage and youth in the same place.
Okay.
So
for example, the third one, lack of place, it would be not the best phrase, but we can see lack of because now we talk about institutions.
Yeah.
So lack of activities or lack of active institutions.
Yes, maybe. Yeah.
Especially if we talk about, let's say, music, let's say.
Okay.
Then you can see lack of music houses or music activists that, I mean, lack of events that really preserve or try to document or engage youth.
Yeah, this now it's more clear because when I say music, like I know what I'm going to talk about. But when I was big, this is what I can get to the third one. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
So here the youth will lose interest and will not help to support to preserve their heritage.
Okay.
And this is the big one. This is drama, loss of heritage, loss of identity.
Identity, yeah, no, it's good. I would say, for example, this is applied to all projects. For example, the youth participation that we discussed, also your project and heritage and things. Usually, the problem what we have is that we don't have experts, youth experts or women experts in these fields. So, for example, when we talk about the Yemeni coffee, if we talk about Yemeni coffee 10 years ago from now, we don't know that we have experts in like in the specialized coffee. That's why, like when we hear people talking about specialized coffee, we don't know what it is. We don't have role models. We don't have successful youth or women who really made it. But now when we talk, we can say we have this and this and this. We have, if you are following, let's say Hussein, you are following
Hussein, Mukhtar,
Abdullah Latif, maybe Arzaq al-Najjar, as if we talk.
Yes, about coffee, yes.
So there are stories. Now, when you follow the stories, you like them. So at least now you have a reference. You can bring these youth to talk and people will listen.
Yeah, true.
So what you will do here is that when you decide a specific, let's say, heritage topic, then what you do is now you want to create these role models and you create the specialized group that you will bring on all events, and then you build on them.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my suggestion. So think about it, whom you will build as experts in the field you will focus on.
Okay. I think I will go to music.
Perfect.
Okay.
Nice. So the activists and communities, you will talk in general, but then you will focus on building the capacities of youth, and that youth, we don't have experts. Youth are not really specialized or experts in music and the study of the music, and we lack that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Basma. We will revisit the project.
Okay, thank you.
So tomorrow now we have Huda, then Basma. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know how to stop.
Okay. I don't know too.
Wait, here.
Okay.
Perfect.
Perfect. So now we will move to our topic. I think we will take 4 minutes because then the next topic is very interesting. We will go for how to design the project objectives, and this is really critical in project design, but it's an interesting topic. So I'll give you 4 minutes for having a coffee or tea or whatever to be as active as possible. There will be a lot of questions and answers.
Great.
See you in 4 minutes.
Dr. Adel. Dr. Adel?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yesterday, Aisha sent me, or she sent me that she activated my email, and
Okay.
I clicked on the link. I mean, I received the email. I clicked on the link. It says localhost, so it did not grant me access.
Okay, I will check.
I tried to Aisha many times, but no response.
You mean it's still not premium, right?
Yeah. No.
No.
I will check. I will check it now, Wender, and I will contact you. Sorry.
And please contact me or give me a call, please.
Okay.
So we can solve it. Yes. Thank you.
Perfect.
شكرا يا دكتور شكرا.
Okay, so see you in 4 minutes or 3 minutes now.
Hi, Olga.
Hi, Basma.
Hi. So
Yeah,
I like your
because
project.
I cannot even explain you how much things I want to do, and
I can feel the vibes.
yeah, because nothing has been done before, you know. And I came to this country from Ukraine, where situation with street animals is much better. So I still needed some time to realize that it could be not so good. Yeah, it's a shock, really. And then I needed time to understand that someone has to do something. And then the next stage to understand that who if not me.
This is your call, so
yeah.
Yeah.
So are you all ready?
Yep.
Ready.
I will be moving to the objectives, and then we will revisit what we have been doing. But because this session need to be done now. Okay. Usually I like it. This, for me, this is the most interesting session. So the project objectives. The project objectives usually are the core, let's say the heart of the project. So now we are designing the heart of the project. If it's good heart, then the project is good. So let's say what we mean by project objectives. We will learn how to develop smart objectives, and also if anyone of you is asking, sometimes when you develop a project, they ask what is the general objective and what is the specific objectives, and how can we decide which is the general and which is the specific. Also, sometimes they say the project goal. So what is the goal? But general, just to give you an idea, the project goal is the general objective. Sometimes some donors, they don't see objective, they see goal. So it's still the goal is the objective. The step is just to put, like, always think that the objective should be smart. Because if you don't make it smart, while it's easy to do it, usually you lose at least 5 marks out of 100, sometimes maybe 10 marks out of 100, just for very easy to do task in the proposal. But usually for me, it's not just being smart. That's my idea about objectives. They should respond to 4 criteria. Smart is just one of them. So for the objective to be a good objective, it should be smart. The smart means S for specific, M for measurable, A for achievable, R for relevant or realistic, T should mention the time. That's one thing. The second point is that it should start with words or verbs that show increase or decrease. When you start, like when you develop an objective, you should start with something that explains things that increase or things that decrease. So decrease in something or increase in something. For example, we use to improve, to increase, to decrease, to reduce, to enhance, to build. Usually the objective answers the question why. So usually if I ask you why, for example, when I say, Olga, why do you design this project? So you will answer, in order to improve the lives of street cats in Amman, let's say. So you will have to give me a reason, in order to. But usually when we write the objective, we don't see in order to, we see to. We remove in order, and then we see to increase this and this, or to decrease the let's say to decrease the diseases that could what happened to the electricity in my room? Hello, hello. Okay. Okay. The network has stopped.
She speaks good.
The accent is amazing, actually.
I came back.
Welcome back.
It's the electricity. Yeah.
It's like the teacher when he goes for a break.
Yeah, everyone just said it.
Okay, so now is clear because now I'm just using my mobile for the network. Okay, so let's say I was talking about the objectives. I will go back to the presentation. Okay, sorry, not this. Where is the objectives? Yes, this is the decision. So we were mentioning that the objective should be 4 criteria. One is SMART. It should start with a word that explains an increase or decrease in something. It should answer the question why. The answer could be in order to, and then use the verb in the present tense. We never use a past tense or a future. So we don't say this project will or have done or have done. No, it should be a present tense. We will explain, like we will give some examples, and then every one of you will start think about his objectives or her objectives. So let's see. Now we mentioned that we have 2 types: general objective and specific objective. When we do the problem analysis, do you remember the main problem in the problems tree? Usually it becomes the general objectives of the project. If we just convert from negative to positive, it will be the objective of the project. And then we have the first responsible entity, there should be an objective that solves the problems of this responsible entity. So this is the first specific objective. The same for the second and the same for the third. So usually the specific objectives are the objectives that are coming from or coming to solve the problems of the responsible entities. That's one thing.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
The first question that came to me: should our project solve all the problems that you mentioned in our problem tree?
If there is something that the project cannot solve, then don't mention it.
Okay.
Because
I mention something about the government, it means that this time I have to go to the government.
You should, if there is a project, then you need to design activities that target them or tackle them. Because as a donor, you convinced me that this problem is unachievable. So why should I give you money while I will not solve the problem?
So because I thought that in this way, I described the situation, I described the problems that exist, but I will not solve them within one project. I will solve them like gradually.
Yes, but mention the things that will be solved at this stage.
In the same, so I'm trying to understand. If I mention, for example, that Jordan has no governmental control for reproduction, yeah, and my project is to control reproduction. Is it obligatory that I solve this problem within this project exactly? Or I can just go for making what I can do, for example, ask money to nurture or spay some number of cats. Let me say, I say I want to spay 1,000 cats to give me money for these surgeries, and not to go to government.
Yes, just do this, and maybe you remove all this part, or you have some activities that, like, let's say some meetings, some discussions you with the group of activists and start to raise the issue.
I can raise the issue, but I'm not sure that I can solve it within one project. So I can approach the government. I can come with initiative, But the dealing with government, it's not like 1 month.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Issue.
Yeah, it's fine. But don't raise the problem to the point that it's unachievable. That's the thing. You will go to the next step and then you discover yourself. So let's see now, we had the problem was low enrollment of 4,500 children to primary schools in Balanga city. I used this city is in Lithuania, in Balanga city during the school year of 2020-2021. Then the general objective of the project will be, if we ask why are we building or designing this project, it's in order to increase the enrollment of 4,500 children to primary schools in Balanga. The same phrase, instead of low enrollment, the positive way will be to increase the enrollment. So that's the objective. Low access, it was low access of to 12,000, the same problem we presented yesterday, and conflict affected areas of Alpha Land, Beta Land. Then we say to increase the enrollment of, so it becomes the general objective. When you see here teachers, we had an objective to increase the capacity of the capacity building of 124 teachers in modern teaching methods by the end of 2021. So now let's examine these objectives with the 4 criteria. Is it smart? For example, we are here. Is it smart? Is it specific? Let's say smart, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant or realistic, and with time. So is it specific? Are we talking about general thing or a very specific thing? We say
specific.
Yes, capacity building. So we talk about capacity building, and we didn't see we will build the capacity of teachers. In what? It's not specific, but we mentioned in modern teaching methods. Very specific. And then it's measurable. We didn't say teachers and stopped. We said 124. And is it's by the end of 2021. But is it achievable? Can we do this during the project? The number is applicable, so we can conduct the training. So that's the smart. Another thing, it should start with a verb to increase or to decrease. So we started to improve. If we say why are we targeting teachers, or why are we then, in order to improve their capacity? So we answer the question why. Also we use the present tense. So that's the characteristics of the best objective. Okay, if we go back, now we have the schools. The schools, we say to improve the learning environment in 14 schools during the school year of 2021. Okay. We can see by the end of the 2021. So is it smart? Is it measurable, achievable,
yes.
applicable,
specific?
But what is learning environment?
Yes, I know you would think about that, but the learning environment would means the students would have school desks. The school is renovated. There are tools. There are teachers' kits. So everything. Let's see, even the toilets will be fixed. Water to the toilets, like privacy things, everything.
So it's facilities.
Yes. Okay, let's go back. Now we have the family and community. We say to raise awareness of 3,000 parents and community leaders on the importance of inclusive education by the end of the project. We didn't mention a date here, but we said by the end of the project. So you could say to me by the end of the project, did you raise the awareness of 3,000 people? I will say yes or no. If I said no, then how many people did you reach? So you can measure how many people I raised their awareness. And also, I didn't say raise awareness and stop. I said on inclusive education. Okay, and this is the same here, to increase the enrollment of this number, boys and skill age. I mentioned the area and also the time. Bandar, you can ask.
Will it be important to have three, entities, or is it okay if we have two, for example? Because it depends.
Yes, but not one.
Yes, I guess 2 to 4 or 2 to 3 is good.
Yes.
Okay.
Usually, one of the mistakes sometimes when I read a proposal, sometimes some NGOs, they sent me their proposals to review. What I see is I just go to the objective. If I see they drafted 10 objectives, then it's wrong. I don't read everything. Why they have 10 objectives? It's too difficult. But usually there is a reason why I put this objective, because I have a responsible entity I have to deal with. So I will put an objective for them. The same here. I would put the general objectives that targets the affected people. So this objective and this, they are all serving to make sure this is achieved also. So now I will keep giving some examples.
Can I
So
ask a question?
Yes.
I'm still thinking about my topic. So if I speak about veterinary clinics and I put them that one will be responsible entity, it means that I have to put an objective to overcome this problem. For example,
to train them. Yes,
yeah,
to train them.
We can make projects to train them. It's okay, we can do that. But in this case, to solve the problem of low level of trust, let me say, to veterinary clinics to go and spay cats because they have low level of efficiency, I will not be able to train all of them. So I will have to pick up some of them and train them. Is it go within the framework of NGO activity, let me say, to promote some particular clinics which took training from me, to encourage people to go to this particular clinics because we increase their level of knowledge?
Yes, you can do that, but usually you can do the stages. So, for example, you could have an open call, and then those you could send them emails. Those who participate actively, you could promote for them.
So I can promote it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because now it's why because this will improve the lives of your target audience, let's say.
Yes. I'm just thinking about, like, some moral part. If I can promote any kind of a clinic in this situation, so it's if fine. I can, it's good.
Yeah, it's fine. As long as you are satisfied that they have improved the efficiency, it's fine. Yes. So to increase the access of 10,000 children, we could say, let's say, how many boys and how many girls. Sometimes we do this. We decide the numbers because donors like to see that we consider women and men and boys and girls, so we are not gender blind. So to increase the access of this number, this is measurable, to primary schools in Clyde County by during the school year of 2021. To improve the capacity of 16 health service providers on integrated management of childhood illnesses in Snibishkis district during 2021. To increase the access of 300 internally displaced people to emergency shelter assistance in the town of Ma'arrat al-Nu'man this is in Syria, for 12 months. To increase the access of 700 households in suburban areas of Antakya to livelihoods activities by the end of 2023. To improve the awareness of 1,500 students because the boys on the right ways to deal with the strange and explosive objects in Aden City by the end of July 2020. So that's how the objectives are, and you could see that there is time in each objective. There is a specific topic. So, for example, I didn't say to increase the access to livelihoods activities, very clear. Here, to awareness on the right ways to deal with explosives or strange objects. This is training on IMCI, very clear. What are we going to do? And the same here, to primary school. So it should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time. And it all started with improve, increase. It could be decrease. For example, I would say to decrease the
number of street cats.
No, we could see, yes, number of street cats, or we can see to decrease. Usually the bad thing, we decrease it in the project, and the good thing, we improve it. So, for example, to decrease the transmission of diseases between cats and people. So we need to decrease in the project. To decrease the spread of, let's say, COVID-19, to decrease the cholera consequences, or to decrease malnutrition. For example, for Sumud and Nadia, to decrease malnutrition between primary school students. For Irina, for example, to improve the life and or well-being of children living with HIV, or could be to decrease the transmission of HIV from in the society, whatever. So I think we have enough examples. Let's go to practice them. What I want to do is that every one of you would start write his or her objectives, at least one, the general objective for the project, and send it in the chat box. We read it, we decide, is it good, is it meeting the criteria or not. Sumut mentioned decrease the rate of dropped out children. Yes, but usually we don't use rate because our project is small. So we see decrease the number of out of school children or drop out.
فصل مرة ثانية.
Sorry. I don't know who's talking now.
He has a problem with the mic, I guess.
Yes, I think so. Okay, so who's ready? Okay, Sumut shared in the chat to decrease the high rate of malnutrition among primary school students or children. Usually we don't use rate, because in the community we will work with, for example, your project is targeting 4 schools. So you don't need to see the rate, you can see the number. For example, if we have 1,000 students and you go and measure the malnutrition, then you might find, like, let's say 100 students malnourished. Then you need to decrease the number. To decrease risks of famine, although is good, still is very big or very unspecific. We need to use something that is very specific.
Can we say to provide?
I know, but provide is activity, not because it doesn't answer why. It answers what. When you provide something, why do you provide it? When you answer, that's the objective.
Excuse me, doctor.
Mhm.
You said that we would say to decrease the malnutrition.
The number of to improve the nutrition status of children. You can use to increase the nutrition status, or to decrease the malnutrition, or to decrease number of. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. Okay, I think you are right. You can use it, but you need to be specific because you didn't mention the area.
So what should I do here?
You can see to decrease the rate of malnutrition among primary school children in let's say in Khawlan district or in somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask?
Yes.
I need some challenges. For example, my objective is to decrease the number of fertile cats, street cats. It's pretty obvious. I will specify the number of cats which we will sterilize, and it will be specific. But another point, another outcome, let me say, or objective, is to decrease the number of those who will be born, then who will become fertile in some 4 months and start to reproduce other cats. How can I explain it? So I cannot say decrease of number of street cats because we will not kill them. We will prevent them from reproducing. But it's very important to say how many cats will not be born.
You can see to improve the, let's say, to improve something, the life or the living conditions for 1,000 street cats.
Yeah, because we will spay them. It's obvious. But I want to say, like, to prevent some, let me say, 500,000 cats to be born. Because
you don't need to. No, just mention the ones that are here that you will deal with.
So, because that one is much more, let me say, how to explain it? It gives better idea of the outcome of our work, because it will show how many cats will not be born and will not suffer and will not reproduce.
No, but no, just talk about the current ones.
So only those who we spay. So I just said that we will decrease the number of fertile cats.
Exactly. That's very specific. Okay, so let's see for Erina to improve the access of 200 children with HIV in Odessa to psychology groups and additional treatment until the end of 2023. Very nice.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I don't have an issue about it. So let's say for Safa to improve the service quality in 20 ICU in Aden, okay, by the end of 2023, to improve the service quality in 20 ICU. I think it's very clear. Yeah, to improve service quality, 20 ICU measurable in Aden, specific also, by the end of 2023. I think it's good. Safa, that's good. Okay, Huda, to increase awareness of 60 local authority leaders of the importance of women and youth participation, establishing peace in Aden Governorate during the year 2023. Yeah, this is specific because increase awareness, a specific number. The area is in Aden, very specific. And also the issue on importance of women and youth participation in establishing peace. Yeah, it's good, Huda. Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, who else here? I think Ibrahim, yeah, to decrease risks of famine for 1 million. Okay, 7 men and women in Udayda Gamri, Bait Al Faqih district during this. Okay. Ibrahim, I think you mean 1,000 or just the number? Could you please review the number?
Yes, Dr. Adel. It's forgotten to write 1,000.
Yes.
700 men and 300 women.
Okay. Okay. And Hudaydah Governorate, Bayt al-Faqih, al-Hudaydah. Okay. You could change, decrease risk of famine, although it's good. It's good. But you can see also to increase the access of 1,000 people to healthy and nutritious food, or to livelihoods. But in general, it's good.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Ghadir, to increase awareness of 100 families on the right ways to deal with people with disabilities in Sana'a. Yes, it's good. Okay, now you fixed the date. So to increase awareness of 200 families on the right ways to deal with people with disabilities in Sana'a during 2023. Perfect. Now we have really great objectives. Okay, let's say now to increase the number of farmers accessing green financial services. You need to decide the number, because if you want a specific budget, then you need to specify the number of farmers that will benefit from the budget. Yes, Bandar, yeah.
I'm sorry. I was lost there. I mean, the main objective, for example, I have changed, and I think this is also, I will change it in the main project itself. It's actually increasing the number. I was talking yesterday about the financial services or loans or green. So it's better to say to increase the number of farmers accessing green financial services.
No, the best thing is to say to increase the access of, and then mention the number.
To increase
the access of, let's say, 200 farmers to green products loan by the end of 2023 will be good.
Number of farmers
to increase the access of, let's say, 200 farmers to green products loans by the end of 2023. Very smart.
I still have problems with my government and animal care facilities. So
I know it's fine. It's fine to increase. You can see to improve the number of.
But I will not be able to do that. I will not be able to increase number of facilities. It's not something which can be solved within this project because it's not within my hands. It's in the hands of other people. And I cannot say that to increase number of laws regulating this thing, because definitely it's not something that can be done. But I cannot ignore this.
I think just leave it, and then when you build the project, we can, because it's a separate component. You can just remove whenever you want.
Yeah, but I don't want to remove it because it gives
me a clear picture of. No, okay, keep it, and we will find a way.
Okay.
Okay. Now Bandar mentioned to increase the number of farmers. No, Bandar, to increase the access. To increase the access of 3,000 farmers. To the access of 3,000 farmers to green financial services, and still you need the time. To increase the access of 3,000 farmers to green financial services and loans by the end of 2023 or by the end of 2025. The objective should mention and give the donor an idea about the duration of the project. You can see in 12 months or in 30 months or by the end of 2025. Perfect. Okay, to increase the access of 3,000 farmers to green financial services by the end of 2023. I like it. So now when you see the objective, you see the project. Now we see, you don't need to discuss like 10 pages to tell us what's your project. Now it's just about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 words that tell us what you are going to do to increase the access of 3,000 farmers to green financial services by the end of 2023. That's the project.
Do you have limits in number of objectives?
Of beneficiaries? No, depending on
No,
like
objectives.
we have mostly 4 objectives because we have 1 general objective, 3 specific objectives.
So we have to always like
you can have one. You don't need to mention the specific objectives. You can say the project objective and just put the general one that tackles the main problem.
So there should be not more than 4.
I believe the more the objectives, the more you read the project and don't feel that it's applicable.
Mm-hmm.
Who else? Aisha, where is your objective? Okay, Basma. To increase the awareness of 200 boys and 200 girls, 400, okay, about their heritage in Sana'a by the end of 2023. Yes, to the awareness of, first mention the big number, so the awareness of 400 youth, then you can say 200 young boys and then 200 young girls, because when I read boys and girls, I feel like you are targeting children.
Yes, I was confused. I use 200 boys and girls, or should I use the 400 without
no, you use the 400 and you can put this in brackets.
Okay, so mine is still big, so I'm just going back.
Yeah, I was going to comment on this because heritage is still not very clear.
Yes.
So please think now and resend it.
Okay.
Okay, main objective to decrease the number of malnutrition among primary school children in 4 schools in Khawlan district, Sana'a. We can see to decrease the maybe here, especially in this the rate, we can see because you already mentioned the number. So we can see to decrease the rate of malnutrition among primary school children, or we can see to increase the access of 1,000 primary school children to nutrition or to nutritious food or to nutritious feeding. I think nutritious food in 4 schools, Khawlan district, Sana'a.
I think this one is better to increase. This one is better to increase access to food, because when you say to decrease the number of malnutrition, I don't think that malnutrition can be measured in numbers.
Yeah, so, it could. Yeah. That's why they could change the number rate of malnutrition.
And I think it's more specific and more clear to say to increase access to food for 1,000 children in schools and so on.
Yeah. Or to increase the access.
It will be more simple and more comprehensive.
Yes. So Nadia, you can post it again.
I've just observed that you avoid mentioning the number of students. Should we just?
No. Keep them for sure. You should mention the number, but because you mentioned the number of malnutrition among, like the phrase is not very clear.
Okay.
So to increase the Basma, who posted? Okay, first Ibrahim, to decrease risk of famine for 1,000 men and women in Hudaydah governorate, Beit al-Faqih district during the period of 2022-2023. You can see by the end of 2023. For Ibrahim, and also if you are targeting 100 households or families, you can see families. If it's individual, just keep it like this. It's good. Okay. Basma, to increase the awareness of 400 youth, 200 boys and girls about heritage. It's called Sanani music. Sanani music. Okay.
Yes.
And Sana'a, I like it. Now we have
Now we are
a
talking.
okay. Okay. I thought you will just focus on gambus, or what do we call that?
Yeah, because the turbi or the qambus
Turbi.
is yes,
Yes.
it's I think it's San'ani. The San'ani
Okay.
it's different than Ta'zi, and so I think we start from Sana'a, then we are going to look for other instruments in other
Yes.
places.
Music in Sana by the end of 2023. Now is good. And the only thing I told you can see 200 young boys, 200 young girls.
I'm not sure I will use boys or girls. Maybe I will use people who already know how to play oud.
Okay. So 400 youth, or just decrease the number if you want.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, Sumud, to increase the access of 1,000 primary students to food in 4 schools, Khawlan district, by the end, still the time, you need to mention the time. And also now is good, but to food is not enough. You can see to nutritious food. So we mentioned that the food would be like good in nutrition. Okay, Aisha, to increase the awareness of 100 doctors, okay, men, women, on the importance of using art in treating mental patients in Sana'a during the year 2023. Okay, this is good. It just only to if you are going to do this for doctors, or you do this for maybe members of the mental patients.
For all.
For all, okay. You maybe you can
specify the target.
Yeah, and maybe you don't need to see doctors. You can see of 100 health service providers.
Okay.
Okay, so to increase the access of 1,000 primary students to food in 4 schools, Khawlan district, Sana'a, during the school year of, okay, or to increase the access of 1,000 primary to nutritious food. Now is good. In 4 schools, Khawlan district, Sana'a, in the school year. I don't think that they use studying year. They say the school year of 2023. Or usually the school year 2022, 2023. Or yes, I think like that. In general, now is good, really good. Yes, perfect. Very nice objectives. Olga, I'm waiting.
Sorry, I thought it would be enough to just say it. I will type it now.
No, just post because I need to read it. Okay, now we have Safa, Ibrahim, Bandar, Basma, Huda. Everyone has posted their objectives. You are really smart.
Thank you.
Smart people with smart objectives. That's amazing.
With a smart teacher.
Good, thank you. To increase the awareness of 200 families on the importance of physiotherapy for people with disabilities in Sana'a during. This is nice. Ghadir, this is really good because it becomes very specific and clear. That's really nice. Okay, perfect. I think we are doing really good. Does anyone of you want to ask more about the objectives?
Is it okay like this?
Yes. You already posted, right? Okay, Olga, okay. To decrease the number of fertile feral cats in Amman by 1,000 cats by the end of, okay. In Amman, 1,000 cats by the end of 2023. This is really good, yeah, because because now you talk about specific thing, and also you didn't mention the whole number, but you will target this 1,000 cats.
Yep. I just could not say to decrease fertility because you can't this possibility at all. So
yes,
I can just decrease the number of cats who can be fertile.
Yes. So, but yeah, and very specific. Because you will search for 1,000 and do this procedure for them. It's very clear. Let's see, to decrease the number of fertile cats by okay, by the end of, okay. Yeah, I don't have a lot of comment on that. Okay. So now we need to go to the theory of change, because I feel satisfied now. Sumut, do you still need to ask?
I may ask,
Okay, Huda.
how many objectives should we have? I'm sorry if the answer was in a part that I missed.
No worries. Usually we have objectives that targets the general. We have the main problem. We have the responsible entities. If we have 3 responsible entities, everyone should have a specific objective. And
So
for
3 entities, 3 objectives.
Yes,
one
and
entity, one objective.
Yeah, 3 specific objectives, and we have 1 general objective for the affected group.
Okay.
Great. So well, I think we are good in this session. I feel happy about it. Now we will go to the theory of change. The theory of change is not difficult at this stage, because we already worked on the most difficult part. So now I will go just very quickly on it, and then we practice together. So let's say we will work on theory of change from now till 1 p.m. We have 15 minutes break at 1 p.m. And then we come back to work on the theory of change and logical framework of everyone. So let's start. I mean, by the end of today, we should have like our projects very clear. In the theory of change, usually the theory of change is a very strange, let's say, not everybody, even those who are working on NGOs, are able to understand what is the theory of change. And sometimes we don't know how it comes. But now it should be very easy. How? Let's say the logical framework usually sometimes is called. Sometimes people are mixing between the theory of change and the logical framework, because actually they are the same, but still the logical framework is more different in ways. I think the electricity is off at my side. Let me just find you still can see me, so it's fine. So as I mentioned, now people are mixing between the theory of change and logical framework. Today you will know exactly the difference between both of them, because they are similar in ways, they are very different in ways. Let's say now this is the problems tree we all read yesterday, we all discussed. I will not go through it again, but now if we put this in a mirror and we reflect every negative sentence to a positive sentence, let's read it together. It was low access to of this, we will say increased access. So it becomes objective. Here it was lack of qualified staff in scientific subjects. So we hired qualified staff. So now this is activity. It was a reason or a cause, now it becomes activity. If we see here teaching methods is old and not interactive, how can we solve this?
We can apply effective, or we can develop effective methods of.
We can train teachers on interactive teaching methods, and then we can give them teachers kits and tools that make it interactive. Using violent practice in classrooms, such as like the punishment and verbal abuse. Train teachers on protection of children, so it's actually training teachers on the best way to act in the school, like how to engage students in the best way. Lack of teachers kits, then we provide teachers kits. For the schools, lack of classrooms, build additional classrooms. Lack of students' desks and furniture, provide number of student desks and furniture. Lack of school recreational materials, procure or buy and distribute recreational materials to the targeted school. No adequate water and sanitation facilities, rehabilitate the water and sanitation facilities in the schools. Lack of awareness, it will be improve the awareness or conduct awareness sessions. Family inability to provide school supplies, so distribute school supplies for students. So here, family inability to provide, it's not our rule, because we are education project. It's not our rule to improve the people's income. We will not have let's say income for the families, but because in Nadia and Sumud project, they designed it like that to improve the nutrition of children, they will involve the families. So they will improve the income of the families to also make food and buy for the or sell for the students. The students will not sell themselves, it will be covered by the project. So it's different approach.
Okay, so here we can provide school supplies for students.
Yeah, here what we do is that the problem was that the students cannot get the school supplies. So we will provide it to the students, and that's it. That's our rule as an education project. Community is not addressing the students drop out of schools, then we will establish education committees in the community. We train them, and then we give them rules and follow up every month to give us like to activate the rule of to do the follow up for the drop out of schools and try to solve the problem in their community. So they should make sure that every student, every boy and girl at school age is in school. Lack of active education advocates, we already selected, established and trained education committee. So that's how so any point that we have here, we will solve it. And then these are activities, these are objectives. So now here, how it was when 124 teachers in targeted areas have low capacity. If we train them here, then this will change. If we hired good teachers, train them to use like to stop violence and use another method, we give them kits, there will be
build capacity,
good capacity in interactive learning methodologies. That's why, let's say, like the affected people will be final beneficiaries. The responsible entity will be output 1. The second responsible entity will be output 2. The responsible entity will be output 3. Let's see here. For example, here we had the impact on society. It becomes the project impact in a positive way. The harms on affected groups, it will be the outcome of final beneficiaries. The effects on first responsible entity will be output. The main problem, general objective. Specific entity will also will become specific objectives, and they will become outputs. There will be some changes between the objective and outputs, you will discover. And then every cause here will become an activity. This is the theory of change. This is the theory of change. So what you should, like, what we should agree now is that the theory of change is the positive reflect of the problems tree. If we can do good analysis, then we can create the best theory of change. Let's say this is the theory of change. Before it was like no classrooms. Now there are 28 classrooms in the targeted schools built and furnished to provide child-friendly environment. Now 3,000 parents attended awareness sessions about the importance of educating children, and so on. Now the students who were out of schools, they already have improved access to education in primary and secondary schools. For the society, illiteracy rate was increased. Now it's decreased because we are already solving it during the childhood. That's the theory of change. I think we will see it together. Usually for the donors, sometimes they don't ask for all details as mentioned here. They don't ask for details as mentioned here. If you provide it like this is excellent, but you could do it like this. The problem will be just very short, low access of this number of students in primary secondary school. Then the activities in the logic, usually in the theory of change, we don't name the activities as activities. We say inputs. So for example, we say we will train teachers, we renovate schools, we raise community awareness. These are the main inputs. And then if we raise the community awareness, then we will have supportive community. Now it becomes output. And the same, there will be child-friendly schools. Raising the awareness, renovating the schools, training the teachers will all contribute to improving the child-friendly schools. Training the teachers will also ensure we have qualified teachers. If we have qualified teachers, child-friendly schools, supportive community, all end up in improving access to primary, or let's say improving access to quality teaching and school. And then the illiteracy decreased in targeted communities. This is the theory of change. Usually when you think about it, it's like this. Now, if we are talking about the logical framework, what's the difference between theory of change and a logical framework? This all of the content, like all inputs, outputs, outcomes, and activities, they are part of the logical framework. But in the logical framework, we add something. We already mentioned the activities were the roots of the tree, the output, the branches, the outcome, the leaves of the tree, the impact is the fruit. But then when we mention them, we need to add indicators. And for every indicator, we add target, and then we add verification method. And some and outcomes, outputs, and activities, there is a need to mention assumptions, risks, and mitigations. This could be very strange for many of you, but we will go through it and you will discover it's really easy. But in the logical framework, start to mention. I still remember I was in an interview for job. I applied as a program manager in one international organization, and they asked, I still remember the country director asked me, do you know how to develop a logical framework? I said, yes. What is the component of the logical framework? So he asked me like this. If I never answered, for sure I will not be. How can he hire me as a program manager while I don't know the logical framework? This is the very basic thing, to work for organization as a program manager or a director or a project manager. So I was mentioning this. We have impact, outcome, output, activities or inputs, and then we have indicators for every level. So we have impact indicators. This is a mistake. It should be outcome indicator, should be output indicator, and activity indicator. So sorry for this. The first time I noticed that. And then we have, for every indicator, we have target. And then we have verification methods for every indicator. And then we have assumptions and risks or mitigation measures. These are the components of the logical framework. But if we, sorry?
Why not having assumptions and risks for the impact for the fruits?
Usually, like I've seen every donor, they don't mention assumptions and risks for impact. They leave it like this. So I didn't put it because usually it's not there. Maybe because the impact is usually is just for you to understand. Usually when we implement a project, we don't have to make the impact happen during the project. Usually the impact is actually achieved after the end of the project. That's why we mention here the illiteracy. Illiteracy will never be solved during the lifetime of 1 year project or 2 years project, because the impact is achieved like accumulatively in many years by everyone working, not only by our project and by our NGO. That's why here you cannot assume the risks of the impact or have assumptions, and also you cannot suggest mitigation measures for that because it's future thing. But what is achieved during the project should have assumptions and risks, should have mitigation measures, because it should be achieved, or we are feeling to achieve the results of the project. So now, as if you can see that the impact, outcome, outputs, activities, they are in the theory of change. They are the same. But when we need to change the theory of change to a logical framework, then we need to add the indicators, targets, verification methods, risks, and mitigation. I hope it's clear. Okay, it's like this. So it's like a table. Then it's the same. Impact, outcome, outputs, activities, impact indicators. Now is good here. Impact indicators, outcome indicators, output indicators, activity indicators, targets, verification methods, assumptions and risks. Maybe here I would change a little bit if it's possible, or it's a picture. No, I cannot change, but we could say risks and mitigation measures, because usually you mention the risk and then you see how I will solve that. That's the logical framework. So now it doesn't mean that we finished the logical framework. It's just the first side. Let's see, now we see the logical framework for the first time, but we will go in details. Let's decide together which project we should work on from the projects we worked yesterday and today morning.
Something easy, so we can understand.
So which is the one that is very easy?
I think my project is easy.
No.
It was difficult. We can work on two, by the way. So let's say we will work on Irina and Bandar project.
Agreed.
Okay, so we will start with Irina this time. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, so what you need is to share the Excel sheet.
Okay.
Okay, let me make sure you can share.
Can you share with us the template? Or we do have this template?
No, it's the same Excel sheet. There is a tab for theory of change.
Okay.
So what you need is just you will see. Let's go with Irina and learn together.
Is it visible for you?
Yes, now is visible. Great. Oh
my God.
Yeah. Yes.
Enough.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So now what you do, you see problems tree, like in the tab, and then we have solution tree. What you will do is that you start copy paste from the problems tree.
From the chat. From the chat, because I wrote.
Okay. Go to the chat and copy your objective. Yeah. Okay. Because we already worked on it.
It's mine. Main objectives I put in this box, yes?
Yes. It would be in the middle. Yes. Yeah, great. Nice.
Okay.
So now the main objective is to improve the access of 200 children living with HIV in Odessa to psychology groups and additional treatment until the end of 2023. Now we are seeing the first part of the project. Okay. Now you go to the problems tree.
It was family and community. I thought that I need to write something about
let's say if you want to keep only one objective, you just add them the same, just as a title. That's it. If you want to make specific objectives, then we can at first copy paste the same thing. I would suggest copy everything.
Everything?
Yeah. First you copy, then we just change in them.
Okay. Maybe I can improve the awareness of parents and their children about living with HIV.
Okay, so you can see to improve
through the trainings and sessions and so on.
Yes. Okay, to improve. I know you are writing.
I don't understand why.
Okay.
What happens wrong?
I guess you have to change the alignment of the text, because it might be from right to left, not from left to right.
Yes.
It was still Arabic charter. Іра, змініть напрямок тексту.
Я не розумію, як це зробити.
А у вас там зверху є такі позначки, так, не тут, на головній.
Так, на головній.
Ось тут, де стрілочки.
А коли я його... Отут?
Ні, не тут, має бути виставлення тексту.
А коли ж я його
знаєте, що формат ячеїв.
Ага, формат ячеїв.
Ось тут. І подивіться вирівнювання тексту, вирівнювання. Закладка є ось так, отут. Можливо, тут треба...
По центру, справа наліво.
О, зліва направо.
Ага, зліва направо, все. Окей, дякую, Боже. А як воно змінилось, я не знаю.
Змінилось, тому що це арабська таблиця, і тут інше.
Ясно.
Okay, I guess we solved this issue.
Thank you so much.
Maybe parents of 200 children.
Yeah. Their parents and 2,000 children. 200 children, not 1,000, I'm sorry. About what? To improve the awarenesses of parents and 200 children about living with HIV, yeah?
Maybe it's better to say to improve the awareness of 200 children and their parents.
Okay.
About.
And
their parents. Yes.
Their parents. Is it correct?
Irina,
Yeah.
it would have been easier for you if you copy everything and then you change the column instead of like the problems, and you just change into outcomes results. It will be easier for you.
That was the idea of Adel, to copy everything and then just to change.
Oh, okay.
Adel, we can't hear you. Your mic is muted.
No, you copy from the left angle, and from the you copy everything.
I don't understand what I need to do. Copy everything with problem 3?
Yes. You copy everything and then we make them positive. Yes.
I mean, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. And then we will work on that. It will be very easy to convert.
Okay.
Nice. So let's work on this.
Activities. It's training for parents of children living with HIV.
Yes.
Anti-self-stigma trainings, something like that.
Training or awareness sessions.
Okay. Okay, awareness session. I need to use some numbers of such sessions or in common.
Yeah. You can do, like, for example, if they are 200, then you can conduct 10 at least, like
10 sessions, for example.
Yes. 10 awareness sessions.
Maybe you just keep it for self-stigmatized parents. Stigmatized.
Yes, and you remove off.
Okay.
Stigmatized parents without hope.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, great. That was great.
Children living with HIV. Okay. In community and availability of support group.
Yes, so establish, let's say, support groups and train them on
we can mention about groups as permanent or temporary group. For example, we would like to have permanent groups like once a week or once 2 times a week, for example. Or we need to mention only several groups during the project.
No, I think you establish permanent, then they have like regular meetings.
Yes, yes.
Regular meetings for
can I write for target group and I mean children and parents apart?
Yes, yes.
But if you're speaking about community here, maybe it shouldn't be a meeting for targeted group in this paragraph, because the problem was that stigma in community. So we need to work with community, not with parents.
The same meeting could be including parents, children, and the support groups.
Can you show us again
the groups for common society, community is not solve the problem, because we cannot mix up HIV people with a common community, because HIV people don't want to open their status.
Okay, yes, yes. So the like the support groups will be among them. So like those who are active from between the same community, like from the same group, like the fathers, or let's say the brothers, the sisters of children affected, they could be part of the support group. And
yeah, close surrounders.
Yes, they can have like activities together, play together, to have activities. Surroundings, yes, surrounders.
Can you show us the problem itself in problem 3?
Yeah, you mean, yeah, stigma in community. And
we still need to cover this issue, stigma in community.
Yes, probably, so there could be awareness sessions in local radios on whatever.
Yeah, so something public.
Add.
Not meetings, but something public.
Yeah, but
probably radio programs, TV.
Yeah, we can keep it number 2, and then we add at the end like some sessions on local radios.
Additional, and if we make posts in social media, for example, on our Facebook page.
Yes.
It will be okay.
Yes.
Yeah, anything public.
Okay. Is it okay?
Okay. So we go back to, yes, solution 3. So IDPs can't afford additional medicines for children. Support
To provide or to support, to provide a set medicine, additional
Yes.
set medicine for IDPs children.
Exactly.
But as for additional medicine, it's not only IDPs a problem. It's also Odessa city people also which live in here all the time. They
Maybe
need
you can
additional.
add another problem, like IDPs can't afford and citizens of Odessa can't afford.
And yes, I need to change this. Yes.
Okay.
IDPs and citizen.
Maybe IDPs residing in Odessa and citizens of Odessa. So not all IDPs in Ukraine. But
yeah,
those who moved to
IDPs
Odessa.
and citizen in Odessa.
Yeah, in Odessa, yeah.
But Irina and Olga,
Odessa.
usually here we don't, because it's mainly for families and children living with HIV, so we don't care about the IDPs.
Yes.
No, but IDPs with HIV.
Yes, IDPs
Yes.
HIV and citizen HIV. Only
okay,
this
okay,
group.
okay. So now it's good. Now it's good. Very specific.
Okay.
Just
I can
provide
use to supply or to provide.
Yes, okay, to provide. Sets of medicines, okay, for children living with. Okay.
And do I need to detailize, for example, antihistamines, hepatoprotectors, or it's normal to mention only medicines?
You can make it very specific. You can say such as this, because you might go out of that. Yes.
Such as I put and then I add the specific groups. Okay.
Yes.
Lack of psychology groups for parents. Oh, yeah, parents need psychology groups too, and I can put regular meeting for parents. Yeah.
Maybe not only regular meetings, but regular meetings with psychotherapy. Because it should be some kind of
a regular
meeting.
Yeah, a regular.
Psychotherapy
I can write a regular psychology groups
or psychotherapy sessions.
Okay.
For parents.
Regular psychology session for parents who have children I'm sorry. I think that the last one partly covered by a regular post on Facebook, on public page, and so on. Because it's it needs to work with community, with
or maybe you will add something like meetings in schools.
Oh yeah, a great idea.
Yes.
Like awareness is meeting at school, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, the next one is health and psychological support providers. Medical staff, providers.
Maybe you need some training.
Yeah,
you still did not reach that point.
To improve the awarenesses of psychological and health providers.
Yeah, to improve the capacity of health and
capacity, yeah.
So you see now is clear. You just follow the sequence.
Improve the capacity for health and psychological providers.
I think you can have to keep psychological support providers as it was.
Psychological support?
Yeah, support providers. Those who provide psychological support. Yeah.
Okay. Trainings for medical staff. I need to put the numbers, for example.
So to improve the capacity of, let's say, maybe you could, it depends on the budget. You could see 100, and then if the budget is big, then you can increase or decrease.
Put the number.
Maybe you just need, let's say, 20 now, or 40 people.
Do you have, for example, some specific medical entities?
Yes.
Who deal with HIV, so you can target them?
Yes. Yes, we have, and we taught him. We have some projects for teaching him about HIV and about stigma, but it,
no, I mean the providers of health and psychological support providers. Do you need to address all of them within Odessa, or you have some specific centers, for example, who deal with HIV cases, or you need to work with all of them?
No, we need to work with all of health centers, hospitals, and we work with them. We collaborate with them now. But I think that we need to more concentrate on specific centers. We have 2 of HIV centers
So you can just specify the number. You can choose what number you will cover with this project, right?
Okay, I put two trainings.
So maybe 2 group training.
Yes.
Это только для ВИЧ-инфицированных детей, дело в том, что мы предоставляем туда весь пакет документов, подтверждающих, что ВИЧ-инфицированы, направление врача. Они помогают только ВИЧ-инфицированным,
Psychological providers need training for improving their competence with working children with HIV. I think that we can record a video with some experts who can give his expertise about working with specific psychological work with children
Yeah, you can make
HIV.
this training recorded. So not to make it all the time live. You can just prepare the material, video material, audio material, printed material.
I mean that we can order video material, several video with this, and for example, posted it on our Facebook and sharing with psychological providers as indirectly.
You can actually address the providers themselves and give this video to them, for example, management of the facility, and ask to show this training to their employees.
Okay.
Like to prepare or to produce and share.
To produce or to create, yeah?
Yeah, to create and share and distribute, maybe.
And
among health and psychological support providers.
It is not as training, because training mean something like with exercise, with activities,
maybe
but
guidance.
Like video guidance, yes.
Okay.
Guidance.
Yeah. So for psychology providers, huh?
Yeah, health and psychological support providers.
Lack of community centers and safe spaces that provide services for children.
Yeah. Are you able to establish a community center, or you have?
We have a building, not a building, a room where we can create a community center, but that is all what we have. Only room, empty room, that's all. We need some furniture, some equipment, like laptop.
So establish, you can see establish a community center.
Oh, okay.
No, you just keep it the same. Yes, keep the same sentence. Just Control Z, I think. Control Z.
Established, yeah.
If you could keep the same sentence and just change on it, but it's fine. Yes. establish establish with not ed, no ed. Establish.
Oh, okay. Establish
A community
centered. For psychological groups, yeah.
Yes, yes. For it will be used for meeting sometimes for the regular meetings or for conducting the psychosocial support sessions. Meetings. And
psychosocial support. I have
meetings and maybe you should say as psychological regular group meetings or individual sessions. Group meeting in groups, or here you can see groups and individuals, just in between brackets, groups and individuals.
Oh, okay.
Individuals, I think is good now. When you do establish, when you do the budget for the center, you add the furniture, the tools, the kits, whatever you want.
Yeah. We need some furniture and some equipment for provides such activities.
Yeah. Yes.
Lack of methodology, interactive tools, and
develop.
Develop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Instead of lack, just no. Irina, can you keep the same sentence? Can you keep it?
Yeah.
Just develop. A methodology. Okay.
Okay. A methodology.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Health facilities.
Do you mean a methodology? Because the word is strange. I don't know.
Yeah, methodology. Yeah.
Yes.
It's my mistake.
No problem. Methodology. Okay. Now is ready. Okay. Lack of government support, lack of psychological staff.
We wrote about free medicine. We'd add it to provide additional sets of medicines, and I don't understand how to cover this one.
Okay, how many health centers you will support, let's say, or you will involve in this?
Common practice medicine center is 25. It's all Odessa region, but
okay.
Only specific centers like HIV center, only 2.
Okay,
we
so
regional center and city center.
Okay, so you can just mention the 2.
Okay.
First, you put an objective for them, improve the
capacity of health facilities.
Yes.
To increase capacity of 2 health facilities.
Okay, to provide the packages of free medicine.
In Greenfield.
Irina, no, I mean above. I mean.
Okay, about this.
To improve the capacity of 2 health facilities. Capacity, okay, of 2 health facilities.
Can I write health centers or facilities?
Yes, the same. It means the same. I mean, facility is the center.
Okay.
Because the facility means either whether it's a hospital or center or whatever is still the same.
Okay. First one, to provide the package of free medicine for supporting specific needs of children with HIV.
Also sent to provide tests of free medicine for further distribution among children with specific needs. So they are just mediators. You give them, they give the children.
Okay. I think it's good now. So Irina, can we move to the in all activities that start the sentence? Because usually we keep two just in the objectives, we don't put at the beginning of the activity.
To provide free medicine for distribution among their patients, and I don't write it, their patients.
What is this? Specific needs. Okay. Covering, maybe this one is covering.
Yeah, covering.
Okay. Irina, if you hear me, I want to do some change in the activities.
In what?
Irina?
Yeah.
So usually when we write an activity, we don't put a to at the beginning of the sentence. We just say provide, conduct.
Provide two packages. Yeah.
No. I mean, because you start the sentence with to, to.
Yeah, so, without to.
Yeah, okay. In all activities, but only the objectives. Yeah, only the objectives. Yes.
Provide free medicine for distribution among their patients covering specific needs. And what about these and these to create, to establish?
Yeah, remove the two. Yes.
Okay. I don't understand this.
No problem. No problem at all.
Okay.
But I just wanted to raise this because for others to not to repeat also.
Okay. This my mistake will stay common with mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Okay.
Now we are good.
Lack of government support of children with HIV. Oh, it's very difficult.
Conduct meeting. Conduct advocacy meeting.
Let's see.
Meeting with decision makers in Ministry of Health or in Health Department of Odessa.
That advocacy meeting with Health Department of Odessa. It's okay.
Okay. And maybe with one from the HIV control program in the ministry.
Okay.
Responsible people.
In Odessa.
Because the more specific, the more she feels like she can do it. That's right.
And
HIV control program, if it's the same name, I don't know.
Так. lack of psychology staff in special with mistake medical center. It's about trainings for this stuff. Yeah.
I think we already covered this.
Yeah, in first, no, in
in
second
number 2.
column. Yeah,
Yes,
in number 2.
yes.
Can I
But
delete
here,
it at all?
but Irina, here we mentioned that the ministry should hire psychological. I mean, the centers should have some mental support or psychological support.
Yeah, they, for example, they have only one psychology without any groups, without any possibilities, and even this psychology cannot offer any
Service. Okay.
Services, yes.
But I think that you will not be able to force them to hire someone.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can remove it for now,
Okay,
unless you want.
I delete it.
Okay. For the HIV treatment centers in these hospitals, do they need some equipment or tools?
Yes, they have equipment and tools. They have, what do you mean? Like laptops and so on, or what?
Any tools that will improve the work? Maybe you could suggest that.
Yeah, maybe I need to think about this. Maybe I wrote some specific help for him. Yeah.
Yes.
For them.
Yeah, you can see support the HIV treatment centers.
Support.
In the two health facilities, or
two facilities. Or right tool or equipment facilities.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So now you go again for the problems 3 and copy paste.
Okay.
Okay, yes, great.
عندكم يعني رسميات about nice internationally
200 families received inadequate support.
Now they provide adequate. Just remove N.
I mean, I delete affected and add received.
Yes. Received support. Yes, received adequate support
from or by HIV providers.
HIV providers sounds very weird.
By the support groups, maybe, or no?
No.
Like maybe 200 families with HIV or affected by HIV, as it was. receive adequate support. I would leave it just adequate support.
Okay, 2,000 families by affected.
Without by?
Oh,
affected by?
Affected by
HIV.
Received adequate support.
And that's it.
Attitude.
No, adequate support.
It's okay.
Adequate
and
support.
Adequate support and improved attitude of the community. Maybe we can.
Attitude.
The community.
Okay.
Yeah, but improved. Improve. It should be. Yeah, D. Improved.
D. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Attitude.
Very difficult one. Okay. Number 2.
Anyway, it will need proofreading later.
Yeah. Health and psychological support providers like the tools and skills.
Have instead of lack, now you see
what is
instead of lack
for 40 health and psychological providers.
No. It's called support provider. It's already there.
It is already there. It's already there.
Okay.
Just let
providers
change with receive.
Improve.
Improved.
Received.
Yeah, or have or received.
Received.
Okay. Tools and skills to provide the services to children. Great. Now ready.
The next one, health facilities.
2 health facilities.
Yeah, 2 health facilities.
To provide free medicines. Okay. As provide. Now provide.
Provide.
Maybe enabled to provide.
Enabled to provide.
Enable.
Yes, enabled with the enabled.
Enabler.
To provide
with the
medicine and psychology services.
I think the psychological services here, we didn't talk about it, but free medicine.
Yeah, free medicine and about their opportunities to make services. Yeah.
Yes.
I removed the psychology services.
For children. Yes.
Just need to change enabled.
Okay, yeah. You're right.
Now enabled. I will write you in the chat. Enabled.
First letter is E.
Enabled. Yeah, enabled.
Yes, now it's good.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. Okay. Now the outcome. You copy paste. Okay, 200 children living with HIV. Let's say enjoying the services or having the access, having
the access.
Having the access to physical and mental health services or psychological
mental
health services. We can see the access to quality physical and mental health services.
To quality, yeah.
Hey, QA.
Quality, yeah. QA. Physical and mental. Yeah.
And now instead of increase, it will be decrease.
Reduce or reduce. Okay, decrease.
Decreased with, yes, like the past.
Yeah.
Decreased.
Decreased.
Yes, HIV in the community with more supportive environment for people living with HIV in general, children or not. It's a common known like phrase, like people living with HIV, and supporting environment for people. Yes.
For
this is perfect.
I already feel inspired.
I'm happy to see this project.
Excellent work. Thank you so much for your helping.
This is great. We will, yeah, we look forward to see it in the next phase of the logical framework.
And then implementation.
Yeah, and then for the budget, then implementation. And then, yes. Great.
At
thank
first,
you so
I need
much.
to find the donors.
It will come. As long as you have strong project, you will find the donor.
I hope so.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome. So we should have a break, right?
Yeah. It would be nice.
15 minutes break and then we come back.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. إبراهيم. ألو إبراهيم.
Yes.
عايشة فين ال أوكي I'm not
Yeah,
seeing
yeah.
anyone.
مشكلة الإيميل لا زالت مثل ما هي.
Yes بس أنا I'm talking now about the participants. اختفى كل شيء.
إيش قصدك باللي اختفى كل شيء؟
أين where is everyone? I'm just me and you.
الآن أعتقد في معاكم بريك تايم.
أوكي.
ترجعوا بعد
في بريك
تقريبا. أيوة بدأوا بريك.
ربع ساعة يا أستاذ.
في بريك ربع ساعة. أيوه.
أوكي شكرا. عايشة.
شيك على الإيميل الآن تأكد. يوصل لك confirmation جديد اضغط عليه.
Just a second.
Okay, take your time.
طلب مني الآن الاسم نفس الاسم الجوب. خلاص أفعل أبديت البروفايل. ستبقى بروفايل.
Update your NGO profile.
تمام.
And you can open it anytime.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, so we are back. We are back. Now we have 1 hour and 15 minutes. I'm thinking how can we get the most benefit out of that? Because usually when we
I have already worked on my list while you were working to save time.
Great, yeah, because sometimes when we took more time than expected, so like I can't go according to the timeline, so that's fine. We should be flexible. Yeah, so Bandar, are you ready to present? Yes, you can share now.
Okay, just less than 1 minute. I'll just share my screen.
Okay.
Actually, also I have removed one of the columns which speak about the dealers or the technology providers, because when I was looking into the participants or my friends here sharing their tables, I could just find out that there is no importance of maybe I just put it as preparing a list of dealers, like we contract with dealers. Just it's not opening. Just a second.
Okay.
Share screen. I'm not able to share. Can you allow me to share?
I already did. Let me just check. Okay. You should be able. Let me again, because you are already a co-host. You are already a co-host. Just try from your side.
Okay, now it's. I think yes, this is the one. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure because the objective of the project, it's in the chat. I'm not sure if it's the same that I wrote. To increase the access of 3,000 farmers to green financial services by the end of 2023. So I removed, as I mentioned. Now the activities of microfinance institutions to facilitate the access to green financial services.
Okay, between whom? Because we need to make sure between.
Okay, it's I mean we will I mean make it easy for the farmers. So it's supposed to be for farmers.
Yes, you need to are you talking about like only you or between other let's say microfinance
No,
institutions?
by the bank.
Okay, you will see maybe you see develop farmer friendly procedures to make it easy for them to apply and receive the loans.
So we could say to facilitate the access to green financial services to farmers.
But the idea is that when you see to facilitate, it doesn't show the action exactly. But you can see, for example,
easy access.
Reduce. No, it's like an objective now. But now, what you will do to make
develop
it
the mechanism. Maybe to develop the mechanism of facilitation.
Develop let's say and update the procedures or develop farmer friendly procedures or mechanisms.
Okay.
Should we change first this green line, microfinance institution? Should we place objective there?
The procedures to easy access.
Yeah, to yes, to facilitate the access, maybe to facilitate the access of farmers.
To facilitate the access
of farmers to apply for loans, make it very direct.
Facilitate access to farmers to apply for green loans.
But you removed develop the procedures or
so could it be like to facilitate the procedures?
No, before to facilitate, what will you do? You remove the mechanisms.
Yes, to make it easy. I mean, we won't be like very strict on many things.
Okay, so see it. I mean, mention it. Adopt new procedures or easy, because now it's still seem like a okay. Adopt new mechanism or procedures. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That facilitate the access. That facilitates the access. Okay, that facilitates the access of farmers, or that facilitates, that helps the farmer to apply for green loans.
Okay, adopt new procedures that facilitate the access
and that facilitates and encourage
to apply for
and encourage the farmers to apply.
Encourage the access.
That encourage encourage the farmers to apply. It will be direct.
That facilitate the access and encourage the farmers to apply for green loans.
To apply for green loans.
Yes, so very direct.
Right.
Okay. We need to see the second one. What was it for the second one?
Okay.
In the problem, it was microfinance lack technical capacities to support the green energy support. Okay. Now,
here. Products, yes. Here we could say to develop accessible green products.
No, it's not enough. I think if you can you copy paste the problem, because it helps us to decide. Okay. Okay. Like technical capacities. Now we can see three microfinance institutions.
Train, because we one of the, I mean, the support we're going to get from the donor is also helping us to develop or to you know, help us building our capacity for I mean technical capacity
Yes,
to support
yes,
green energy.
Yes, now we mentioned this. So we see build the capacity of microfinance institutions.
Build capacity of
microfinance institutions.
Can we mention the bank name or the
No.
Right?
Now you talk about microfinance institutions. If you talk about just Bank Al Amal, then you can talk exactly about Bank Al Amal.
Yes, I mean, we mean here Bank Al Amal, because we are the one who going to provide the
Okay, so you can see the capacity of Al Amal Bank.
AMB, okay. MB, positive MB, okay.
Yes.
Develop.
Remove that lack technical capacities. Remove it. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So AMB to support. Okay, build the capacity of AMB to support green energy products.
To provide.
Yeah, I just wanted to decide which type of capacity building.
For example, like there are many, I mean, let's say donors, they help you because they have experience. They help you what type of products and what is the elements and what is the details of this products to be suitable for farmers, and also to meet, let's say, the environmental, I mean, let's say, assumed results.
Okay. So they just do training, or for example, they provide tools, or they give you guidelines?
This is okay, I guess.
Yeah, but still the capacity is not very clear. What type of capacity? Is it training? Is it
okay, so maybe technical assistant or technical support
provide
to develop.
Technical. Okay, so instead of build the capacity, provide technical support.
Support to develop.
Okay. Technical support. No. Keep A and B. To technical support for A and B. Technical support for A and B. For A and B. To provide the green energy products. Green. No, keep it. To provide.
Okay.
Maybe technical support and advisory. Maybe we can add provide technical support and advisory for AMP. For example, they hire advisors to work with you, or they provide you some like trainings or guidelines.
Yes.
Whatever.
Can we mention building capacity in the title, in the objective, because we still did not feel it. We have on a green field only microfinance institutions, but we have to put objective, right? So can it be objective to provide, build capacity for microfinance institutions?
Yes, now Bandar is mentioning that he is focusing only on Al-Amal Bank, Al-Amal Microfinance Bank. So
I understand, but again, that green field is not filled yet.
Yes,
So
we can
write
have
activities, but we did not write an objective.
Yes.
Can it be as objective, building capacity as objective? And then we just write activities.
Yes, Bandar, in the green color, you can in the green color with the microfinance institutions, you can have a specific objective.
Such as?
No, we mean we can have specific objective in the green. You know the word microfinance institutions above like the title. Yes,
Which
we can have an objective, smart objective, to improve the capacity of Al-Amal Bank.
To improve
the capacity of Al-Amal Bank.
To provide
for
green
green energy products by the end of 2023, let's say. Although it's still not smart, we need to decide like the
200 farmers.
No, the farmers will be is already in the main objective.
Okay, the main objective.
Yes, here to improve the capacity of let's say 100 of AMB staff.
Branches or staff?
Yeah, just staff, and they could be from the sub offices or the main office. The capacity of 100 AMB staff. No, staff. Okay, now is good. 100 AMB staff, for example, to provide energy. Yes, just keep it. To provide green energy products by the end of 2023.
Should we specify to provide a green energy banking product?
Yes, so they will be trained on
like we provide energy itself.
The idea is that they will understand what is green energy products, how can they make it easy for the farmers if they apply it, and about the new updates and mechanisms and procedures. So it will be all around it.
Yes.
And in the problem we mentioned, the first point, it was the unavailability of funding.
Yes.
The first one was microfinance institutions has limited funding for farmers.
So we could we say adopt new procedure that facilitate encourage farmers to apply for green loans.
You mean the money is there, but you need just to so you already, as a bank, you have funding for that.
Right? No, I mean, if we talk about only technical support, yes, we could say that, but we need also donors who can also. I mean, I'll explain to you. We need a donor to cover the interest, and we could provide it free of interest.
Okay, which means that here, so I think we need to take about we talk about coordination, communication with donors, with potential or with possible donors to co-funding the green energy products supported by Al-Amal Bank.
Yes, but if I send it to the donor, yes, how can I say that I'm looking for fund, and then I'll say here in the activity, I want to have, or I want to get a fund from the donor.
Yes.
maybe we could say increase increase اللي هو صندوق التمويل maybe or the loan portfolio.
Yes, that's the right thing.
Right?
Yeah, but keep the one we did.
Yes.
Just copy paste and put it down.
Maybe increase this increase the size or the not the size, increase the volume of
the portfolio.
Yes, the portfolio. Increase maybe the volume. I'm like you in the spelling, huh?
No, it's fine. That's
increase the volume of the agriculture portfolio. Right?
Yeah, the volume of agriculture portfolio, or the available loans, or the available, I don't know what. Yes.
Okay. Maybe this would be the first.
Yes, you can change.
Okay. And this we'll find it in another place.
Usually, after we do the analysis, we can still add many activities. Sometimes one problem, one cause, we can have more than one activity for it.
Okay, this answers the first problem, that we don't have any limited funding for farmers.
Limited funding, yes.
So here we are saying increasing the volume of agricultural portfolio.
And search, maybe you can add to it, and search for co-funding mechanisms.
Search for co-funding
mechanisms. Okay. Okay, so capacity building for now, the capacity building number 3, you can see conduct capacity building training. Conduct capacity, or okay, capacity building training for no, you don't need to, for 100.
100.
Yes. Only stuff. Okay, then the last, raise the awareness among farmers, and you need to decide how many farmers. But this activity should be with the other the other entity.
You said no policies available to make microfinance adopt the green loans and.
Yes.
Also to the fourth one, culture changes related to the. No, this is a different one. So here we say raise awareness among, because I could say more than 3,000, because.
Yes, Bandar, but this one should be removed and put it under the agriculture associations and family and communities.
Okay, I think here we had capacity building for agriculture association to the benefit of utilizing financial and non-financial services.
Yes, but we said associations, but we didn't mention the awareness. So you can add the awareness as number 4.
Okay. Okay.
And then yes, so without to just raise awareness. Raise awareness. Okay. Sometimes we see awareness rising sessions for
Okay. So this is the adopt new procedure that facilitate and encourage farmers to apply for green loans.
Yes.
Here it's regarding the cultural change challenges. I mean, riba and all what we mentioned. So maybe this could answer that. Adopt new procedures that facilitate and encourage farmers to apply for green loans.
Yes, yes. Okay, then I think is good now. Let's see the agriculture associations and targeted capacity building for. You should decide how many. Let's start with the objective. Bandar, let's start with the green box.
Okay.
To improve the capacity of, let's say, 20 agriculture associations, or I don't know how many.
To improve, let's say 20 agriculture associations.
Okay. And okay, in targeted communities, okay, keep it in targeted communities. On
the importance of
yes,
the benefits of,
and the importance and benefits of using green energy products and tools, maybe.
Importance and benefits of green energy. The green energy, that's only the green energy. Yes, enough, I guess.
By the end of the project, or by the end of 2023 or 4.
Okay. Capacity building for agriculture association on the benefits of utilizing the financial non-financial services.
Okay. So capacity building, tamam. Provide training for agriculture association of utilizing financial and the importance of green energy. Okay, we could be different topic. Okay, fine. So okay, where are you now, Bandar? Which one do you read?
Third one. We're talking about women. So okay. I thought maybe, yes, to allocate 30%. I mean, I'm going to tell the donor that the fund will be 30% giving as grants to encourage women to access financial services and to apply for loans and, to be educated and, I mean, to get the opportunity to access.
To financial services, to access not just financial services, because you are focusing on the green products.
To access
financial services, to access
to apply for green loans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, this is very much specific. Yes, good. Okay, so number 2, instead of to provide, just say provide.
Okay, provide training. Yeah.
Yes, and number 3, allocate.
Okay.
I think there is a problem in number 3 here, because it seems to be not under agriculture association. It should be under the like column number 1.
Okay,
so
the
30%, this 30% loan or grant.
Okay.
because it is related to Al Amal Bank, so it should be under Al Amal Bank component. Okay.
Okay.
So now it's good. Let's go to the effects. Now they are outputs. So almost 300,000 farmers will get access to financial services. I think let's see, because now we can see Al Amal Microfinance Bank. Start with this, yes. AMB has increased capacity to provide.
Has increased or will increase?
Has no, not well. Now we took as a past tense. Now has increased the capacity, or have yes, has increased capacity to support yes, almost. You could remove almost.
3,000 farmers.
Okay.
To access.
Yes, to access financial services and green loans. Okay.
Services. Okay.
Okay, to support. Okay, that's fine now. Let's go for the other one, agriculture associations. Now the other output will be 20 agriculture associations.
Which one?
The output number 2 or number 3 in your, okay. So
okay.
20 agriculture associations.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe you need to, how can the figure is like, can we make it from the right, like 20 agriculture associations?
Okay, you mean the There's a problem.
It's just the شوف العلامة اللي تحت تعليمات، العلامة اللي تحت التعليمات. شفت كلمة تعليمات في الأكسل؟
اوكي.
شوف فوق عند عرض تعليمات.
تعليمات.
لا مش عند إدراج، هناك في النهاية عند تعليمات. انزل لا امشي على الشمال. أيوة تعليمات.
next to view. next
أيوة
to view.
عرض تعليمات. أيوة هذولا كلهن يمشيهن بيانات مراجعة عرض تعليمات. أيوة. لا أنا ما أقصدش إنك تضغط عليها، بس تحتها كان في علامة.
أوكي.
مش مفعلة عندها يا دكتور.
ها.
أنا أدري.
ليش ما هو مغلق الملف؟
كأنه عنده مشكلة في الإكسل أو شيء.
إذا أوكي الآن right away.
أيوة تخليه من اليسار. أيوة الآن تقدر تعدل. أيوة
أوكي
20 agriculture associations with improved capacity. Okay, has improved capacity. Has improved capacity to support or to encourage farmers to apply for green loans.
Have improved capacity.
You write Arabic letters.
capacity to
encourage farmers to apply for green loans.
Okay. Green loans.
To apply for green loans, that's it. Yes. Perfect. So let's see the outcome.
Okay. The outcome would be 3,000.
What was the problem? What was the problem?
The problem was, yes, increased poverty among farmers and their families. So plans to use feasible sustainable tools for farming and irrigation. I think I will need help here.
Yes. So now you just copy paste and then we work on it. Okay. Okay. The families
reduce.
Yeah, it will be reduced poverty, or we can see just increased. If we want it to be very clear, we can see increase the access of let's see 1,000 farmer or 3,000 farmer to green energy loans. That's what you want, actually.
Yes. Increase the access of 3,000 farmers to benefit.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
From the green.
We don't see where you write. Where do you write? Okay, to benefit from. Okay. Now it shows.
Loans.
For farming and irrigation. It's the last two words in the sentence. Yes, and that's it. Yes.
Farmers to benefit from long green loans for farming and irrigation. Okay.
Impact will be
2-3 years from now.
Yeah, impact, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But we can see that the improve income of farmers and environment. Let's see.
In environment. Okay. So can we say create or sustainable, maybe source of income? Can we say that sustainable source of income?
Now you let's say increase the sustainable income for in the outcome. Okay, can we see the same? Okay, just go back to the outcome or the result. Increase the as what did you mention? Sustainable
income to support families, support farmers, support
increase the access of farmers. Because this is actually from the for the outcome. Increase the access of 3,000 farmers to sustainable. Okay, to sustainable source of or to sustainable source of income.
Source of income
by benefiting from the green loans. Now is good, really good. But in the impact, we will see that decreased poverty in rural areas and improving the environment.
By the impact, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, yes, you're right.
Decreased poverty, decreased. Decreased poverty. It should be past tense. I didn't tell you this. Usually outcomes, outputs, and impact in past tense. Objectives and activities present tense.
Okay. Decreased
and decreased with D. Okay, decreased. Okay, poverty.
Okay.
In the targeted communities and improved environment in the targeted community. Okay.
And improve environmentally friendly environmental practice.
Yes.
Friendly, for example, environmental practice.
In the targeted communities, and that's it. That's more than enough.
So the outcome also should be in past.
Practice in the targeted communities, right?
Yes. Huda, did you talk?
Yeah, the outcome and the result should be in the past also.
Yes, outcome usually in the past. Outputs usually in the past.
So, okay, he needs to put a verb here in the past, or is it
yes,
there?
Yes, it's increased. Just D for the output, outcome. So, Bandar, in the outcome,
practice.
In the outcome, not increased, just add D, increased. Because usually this is done for the donor to read it at the end of the project. At the end of the project, he will read it exactly like this.
Increase the access of 1,000 farmers to sustainable source of income by benefiting from the green loans of farming.
It's nice.
Okay.
It's totally nice. Yes, now is good. We can see that we have a new project here. Great.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay. So are you still able to focus on the third project, or we could move to the logical framework?
Actually, it's very exhausting.
Yeah, I know.
To follow this project.
I know. It's not easy to usually when you develop one project, you feel very tired in 3 days trying just to focus on the analysis and theory of change in one project. And now we are seeing 5 to 6 to 7 projects in the same day, so it's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not just we read it and we see this
we can move on.
Yeah, because it's not just we read it and we see this is good or bad if we are, let's say, a review committee, if we are a donor. But now, no, we are developing it. Okay. So now you decide, should I move to the logical framework presentation? I could start the logical framework presentation.
It depends.
Mm-hmm.
It depends of if we are going to take it today, and then we are going to retake it tomorrow.
Okay. I would prefer to do it tomorrow, but we are already really late. That's the problem. I feel like we will still have to meet one more day, not just 4 days. So, for example, if we are not finishing logical framework today, we will not go to the budget tomorrow. Unless
the budget itself needs time.
I
The budget
agree.
alone needs time and focus also.
Yes.
Yes. So maybe you will allow me to read the logical framework presentation. So we end it. And then you will have the opportunity to finalize, for example, Irina, Bandar, and everyone that is already satisfied. They can move to the logical framework after this presentation. They can work on it. Others who are already satisfied by their problems analysis, they can do the theory of change, and then they can move to the logical framework also. So I will do the presentation very quickly. No worries, Basma.
I'm not worried at all.
Okay. I will try to be as fast as possible, just to for you to get the idea and ask. So where is the presentation? Okay. I have many PowerPoint presentations open, so I will close some of them. Okay. So now we are in the logical framework part. Usually when we do the training or when we work on a proposal, the logical framework is the most difficult part. But for you, it should be so easy. Why? Because we already because you already have been through this process, developed your logic theory of change. Now what you do is just copy paste and add indicators and targets. That's the only thing you do at this stage. So let's say, and you could correct me if I am wrong. In this session, we will talk about impact, outcome, outputs, indicators, targets, verification methods, risk, and mitigation measures. So the theory of change, we already discussed this during the last session. Sorry, now that I should have strong network. So the theory of change for education project, as we talked before, we have the problem here in a very short sentence. Then we have inputs. These inputs lead to outputs. Outputs lead to outcome, and then we have the impact. Also, this we talked about it, and the same mistake, and it should be not impact indicators. So it should be impact indicator, outcome indicator, output indicator, and activity indicator. We mentioned in the logical framework that we will have indicators, targets, verification methods, and assumptions, risks, and risk mitigations. If we go to the impact, we will see that usually it never happens during the project lifetime. So usually the impact actually measured even after the end of the project, maybe few years after, maybe even 10 years or more. So it occurs a few years after the end of the project. Let's see if we have an example, we could see that there is a decreased acute watery diarrhea in areas where water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities were improved. If we are having a water project, usually when we establish or when we implement water project, and we usually care about sanitation and hygiene. If we fixed all, then the community will have decreased diarrhea, decreased watery diarrhea, or waterborne diseases will all decrease. And then, for example, decreased rates of malnutrition among under 5 children and lactating pregnant women in targeted areas. We see decreased rates of malnutrition after the end of any nutrition project or food security project. Improved literacy in the targeted areas for all education projects. How do we do this? Let's say here we have a relation between beneficiaries to outcome. Usually those who were affected in the problem, they become the final beneficiaries, but also they are the responsible for the outcome. So the harms become outcome. And then we have outputs coming from the first identity. The identities will become target groups. And they seem objective or outputs come from the entities. Let's agree again. We had affected people in the center and we had the responsible entities. The affected people then become general objective or the outcome of the project. The entities will become the specific objectives or the output. Let's say the outcome is the change that occurs mainly to the people affected by the problem because of the project. So if the project is the reason they become better or they had this positive change, then that's the outcome. For example, 5,000 children and women's physical or psychosocial status have been improved after receiving psychosocial support in Antakya. Or 2,570 people in 14 targeted villages of Benghazi have an easy access to clean drinking water at 15 liters per person per day. Bender, you can ask.
Yes, I mean, for that, I mean, we actually received, or I asked the loan department to provide me with the last 2-3 years of the number of farmers have already applied for a loan, and we couldn't provide them for all the reasons we have mentioned.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So here I could say that out of my institution, that there are 5,000, for example, who applied. Right. And also I could give a figure of the other institutions if I could find from other studies done, or right.
Yes.
And say I will be participating by 10 to 20%, which is the number of 3,000 as an outcome to better their life and to give them access and to provide them. Yeah.
Exactly. So for example, if Al Amal Bank was providing only 100 farmer a year of loans, and now this project you will implement, and then a year you will reach to 1,000. It means this is a direct effect from the project, or let's say a direct result, right? A direct outcome.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Okay, then outcome linkage to the problem. Usually the problem, if it's 5,000 children and women in the capital city of Sana'a need psychosocial support services because of the war. This was the problem. The outcome should be 5,000 children and women's psychological status have been improved after receiving psychosocial support services in the capital city of Sana'a. So there was a service they received, their mental status is improved, then this is the outcome. The outputs are the effects that mainly happens to the responsible entities and not the beneficiaries of the project. So output examples, 200 teachers and education staff with improved capacity to provide quality education and life skills. So these are responsible entity, they improved, so it's output. Semi-structured classrooms, 20 classrooms provided, 20 classrooms and learning spaces have been built, I think, at 10 targeted schools supported or rehabilitated. 10 social mobilization of communities and advocacy campaigns on importance of education conducted. So when you notice here that we don't talk about the affected people, we just talk about entities, teachers, classrooms or schools, communities, campaigns, but we didn't talk about children at school. We didn't talk about anything other than the affected people. So outputs are for the responsible entities. Now we can have output. There is no similar number of activities related to the output. For example, this output has 5 activities. This output has 4 activities. It's only 3, so you don't have to have similar number of activities. Now we are in the indicators. The indicators usually are questions. So you need to ask yourself, for example, there is a question and there is an answer, and there is a document that has the answer. If we go to the question, usually the question is, what is the number of students received nutrition support in school? If we remove what is and we leave number of students, then this is the indicator. You will see here, for example, I mentioned that indicator usually is 3 parts: a question and answer and document that contains the answer. The question is if we remove what is, then it becomes the indicator. The answer is usually the target. For example, what is the number of farmers receiving green loans? The answer would be 3,000. So this is the target. And then I will tell Bandar how you will prove that these farmers have received the loans. He will tell me we have reports for that. We have the documents. These documents are the verification methods. I will show you. For example, when you work on the logical framework, usually we use, instead of the word number, we use hash. And then what is the percentage? We use this percent sign. So we see this is what is the number of health workers. We remove what is, then we say number of health workers trained. See, it's on past tense. Usually the indicators are in the past tense, not on the present or future tense. Number of health workers trained in integrated management of childhood illnesses. Men, like 12, the target number is 12 men, 12 women. Number total is 24. And then what is the verification methods? How can we verify? How can we make sure that these health workers trained? We will have training reports and annexes. Maybe that training report will include the names, their phone numbers, what was the training, who was the training, where it was, all the evidence that the workers have been trained. So this is the verification method. Usually, just this is an information for you. Anyone that understands how to read the logical framework or to develop the logical framework and understand to read the indicators, he or she will be the best program manager or project manager. Usually the project manager should understand this. So for example, here we have a percentage of, what is the percentage of people or beneficiaries aware of complaints and feedback mechanism? We will say, let's see, 80. This is 80 is the answer. The target is the answer. So 80 what? Is it 80 people? It should not 80 people. It should be 80%. And here 24 health workers. So this is the answer. And here we have the final evaluation of the project. If we do it, it will be the verification method for this indicator. We will work on that and it will become very easy for you, believe me. So how many indicators needed? Usually the impact should get only 1 indicator or 2. Outcomes could have 1 or 2. Outputs could have more indicators. Activities have more indicators also. So let's say here, indicators are the questions that starts with what is. The number or what is the percentage. For example, here, what is the number of individuals received emergency health services? It becomes the indicator like this. So this is the number, hash is number of individuals received emergency health services. What is the number of individuals received food assistance? Number of individuals received food assistance. What is the number of health facilities rehabilitated and still working? Number of health facilities rehabilitated and still working. and so on. What is the percentage of beneficiaries? Now it becomes percentage of beneficiaries. What is the number of individuals? Same and the same. So I think it's very clear now. What I would want now, verification method, of course, we will talk about it tomorrow even more. It's usually there are verification methods for a percentage indicators different than the number of indicators, but we could say distribution report, training reports, activity report, project monthly report, semi-report, and so on. Semi-annual project final report. For percentage, we see midterm evaluation report, post-distribution monitoring, and so on. I think I will stop here and we will discuss it tomorrow because we need to work together on them. I will send you the presentations of today so that you could all go through them, please, if you have time at the evening. I will share with you these things. Also, I need to have some questions on indicators, because if you understand indicators, I will be satisfied. Let me share with you the presentations. Yes. So who will volunteer to start? Give me examples of the indicators for his or her project.
Can I ask regarding this issue? For example, if I have, in my case, or it was a similar case of Lina, work with governmental institutions. So you place a meeting, like to conduct meeting with like health facilities or health department in Odessa in her case. What will be indicator for this? Number of meetings?
Number of meetings could be, although it's not a good indicator, but it could be done. Or we can see number of governmental figures or governmental decision makers participated in advocacy meetings.
So it's enough to be an indicator?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so for example, if I placed the problem of governmental institutions here in Jordan with cats, if I conduct number of meetings with a municipality, let me say, I can place it as an indicator.
Yes, or number of governmental figures attended advocacy meetings or events, because sometimes what you just to give you an idea, usually if you see sometimes NGOs and donors, they spend a lot of money sometimes, and they bring people from different countries to meet somewhere, especially if they are parliamentarians, or if you are following now the environment summit that is happening in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh. Like most of the presidents participate in that, because on these events it's advocacy. The best way to make the president talk about environment and have to announce that he is fully committed to support the environment, the best way is to bring them together, to give them in front of the media, and they have to say, yes, we are supporting the environment. And then if they said this, they cannot say, no, we were just joking. No, they are leaders. They should continue to say, yes, we are with the environment.
So I can make, for example, a conference deducted to animal protection, invite figures from responsible persons, officials from, let me say, Amman municipality, because we're talking about Amman. Exactly. Or maybe other some figures, invite other activists and make a public event, and then
it's one thing. You need to raise the issue as if it's better for Amman city, not just for the cats.
Okay. So, and this meeting, this conference, I can place like specify as indicator number of attendees.
Yes.
Or number of participants.
Yeah, at the beginning you train number of activists, to understand the problem and how it could be solved. And then they will be the ones who collect data with you, and then you have a full assessment of the situation, and then you compare to other countries, and then you suggest if Amman want to improve this, they should do 1, 2, and 2, and then you conduct a workshop for the activists and for decision makers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now Ghadir said number of individuals received physiotherapy services. Great. Huda, okay, awareness rising, number of awareness rising sessions, okay, for community leaders in Aden. This is good. Target 5, okay, and verification method, list of names of attendees, but like pictures of the sessions and reports. Okay. So usually the indicator is this question, the target, and the verification method. Great. Who else would post indicators? Yes, let's say number of articles, rising the topic of, okay, number of articles, rising the topic of helping street cats. Yes, this is a good indicator, by the way. Yes. You could have, for example, you know, when you do advocacy, you have a hashtag, and then people will work on like post, the number of hashtags supporting street cats. That's another way to do it. But articles.
Can we make indicator outreach of social media posts? Like number of people who view this post?
Yes, but the best way to calculate the posts is having the same hashtag. If they don't include the hashtag, you cannot calculate. You cannot follow.
Yeah. Yeah, but we have a mechanism to estimate outreach automatically in Facebook. If you post something, you see outreach. I don't know honestly how it's calculated.
No, the outreach is easy, of course, I know. But I mean, if you want people to post, like you
yeah, to repost it, yes, to share it, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, but yeah, it's very clear. Who else wants to post an indicator?
Like number of veterinary clinics adopted discounts for rescue cases.
Number of
veterinary clinics adopted discounts for rescue cases.
This is great. This is an outcome indicator or output indicator, because it's already showing a change.
Yeah.
Number of IDBs. No, let's go for okay. Ghadir, number of individuals, people with disabilities benefited from psychological support. Perfect. This is good. This is outcome indicator or output indicator. Okay, Ibrahim, number of IDBs and poor households received a food basket in Bayt al-Faqih. The output is good, but usually it's a question. The answer should be in the target. So 1,000 should be, we should remove the 1,000 from the target. Okay, so Ibrahim, you could remove the 1,000 and repost it again. Number of farmers received green loans. Perfect. Number of musicians help to raise the awareness about the Turbi instrument in Sana'a. Great. Okay.
Should it be more specific? For example, if you say number of individuals benefited from psychological support, I guess benefit from psychological support is too general. Shouldn't we specify like benefited from psychological sessions or visited psychological sessions?
Yeah, it's benefit. It means just received. We understand it like this. As long as they participated in a session, then we.
So it's okay to write this way. It's no need to make it more specific.
No, it's good. Because sometimes it's a matter of are you are you trying to tell us the output? Then you see received, and that's it. You don't care about if they benefited or not. But once you see benefit, we feel like you trust that yes, they benefited.
And for example, musicians help to raise the awareness about the Dolby instrument. Shouldn't we specify which ways they did it? Like help to raise. Also, somehow it's a little too much general. So participated in, for example, conferences, or participated in some music events,
or
workshops, yeah, or maybe they
yes.
participated in some social media campaign. So is it okay to write it this way in general, or we should go into some actions in our?
Usually when you mention the target and the verification method, you will understand that you were true or you need to change. Because I will ask.
So if we can find verification method, it's okay. If
Yes.
it's difficult to find verification method, we
that's
should
not
be
okay.
more specified. Okay.
Yeah. So for example, I will ask Basma, how can you prove that these musicians helped in raising the awareness?
By workshops.
Yeah, if they conducted a workshop or they had a speech online, or so if there is very clear verification methods, then that's fine.
Okay.
So Erin, a number of awareness sessions for self-stigmatized parents of children living with HIV and Odessa, target 10 sessions, very clear. And verification method, the list of participants, photo report from the sessions, the program of those sessions. Perfect, very clear. Wow, I'm happy to see now everybody writing the indicators, because usually, you know, I usually do a test, a pre-test, but this time I didn't do it. And the test is write 3 indicators, targets, and verification methods. If they did this from the beginning, I know that they don't need this training. Because it happens to me many times. But now, whether or not I did the test, I see you all writing great indicators. It means that we achieved good results so far. Number of IDPs and poor households received food basket in Bait al-Faqih. This is perfect, Ibrahim. Yes, Bandar say official bank documents. You could make them more specific. Maybe you could say the transfer of loans documents, or I don't know what vouchers or bank transfers, or I don't know, how do you see it?
Yes, maybe it could be maybe the what do you call it, financial statement, maybe, or
yes
financial statement.
Financial statements, or the bank transfer for each farmer, because I will check every farmer if I want to confirm that he.
And actually now I will update the list with me, because this is also, I didn't include it, because now also one of the outcomes that financial awareness. Now they know they have account, they have saving accounts, they have they can apply to the bank. I think I'll add that as an outcome.
Great.
And because as an ordinary
make
farmer,
make it output. Like,
yes,
like the one you removed, you put this instead.
Yes.
Okay, so who else? Okay, now Ghadir, number of caregivers trained on delivering psychotherapy, physiotherapy. Perfect. This is perfect. Okay, are you satisfied? I can now just finally to I'm happy to really go through this process so far. Did you receive the shared presentations? I think yes. Also, I want what I
yes.
Perfect. The last thing I will do today is just like 1 minute. I think it will take 1 minute. I will show you where you find. Let's see, now you are developing a project. Okay. Now you don't know the indicators. Usually all donors, they agree on certain indicators. If you follow them, then you are doing the right thing. So if you go to indicate.net, this is a platform you find, for example, if you are working on nutrition, you find the indicators of nutrition. If you work on, let's say, education, you will find the indicators for education. So, for example, you open this, and then you read this is % of students, and then you have explanation for the indicator and how you collect the data if you are working as expert in monitoring and evaluation, or you have a consulting company. It helps you. They give you a lot of information to understand the indicator. So if you are on, let's say, market development, if you are in gender, good governance, cash and voucher, and so on. So these are really much helping. Also, I would show you another website that helps in giving you the indicators, especially in humanitarian. There is what is called indicators registry. And indicators registry, this is agreed, like all international organizations and United Nations. This is related to OCHA, which is Office of Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in the United Nations. They agree with all partners that these are the best indicators we could use for writing proposals. So, for example, if you are working on food security, you go here, and then you find all indicators of food security. So now you can see the indicator, the type. This is the title of the indicator, number of feedback received from this and this. And then they give you explanations. They give you explanations and description what it means as indicator. So if you want to learn, these are the most important places for getting the indicators. And this is also applicable for United Nations, for European Union, for let's see, if you want to send to USAID, UK Aid, all the donors will be happy to see you using these indicators. If you don't know these indicators, now you learned how to develop them yourself. I shared the
still no art and culture.
Yeah. You will have to develop your own indicators.
Yeah, okay.
And by the way, if you want to art and culture, for example, sometimes you would find, let's say, art and culture indicators. Let's say sometimes we find policies and documents by UNESCO and by others that give you a lot of indicators, like this. See, you can find these indicators where they can, I mean, you will find a lot of documents that give you like an idea about them. Cultural indicators in community building projects. And then you can go on details, PDF, and read about it.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes they are old documents, but still you can find a lot of things that help in and giving you enough information. Okay, sometimes it's not the best document, but you can find a lot online. Yes, Bender.
Sorry, this question will be for the previous also sessions. Now we know about food security and all this. There is a value chain, sometimes value chain projects where a lot of everything we have discussed, can we reflect that into the same Excel that you have shared with us?
Yeah, for the Excel, you can develop any project using the same template. Any project, any idea could become a project if you go and do the same approach.
Okay, we'll just add, for example, the farmer, then we'll add the market, local market, then the end consumer, for example, then we'll do the same.
Yes. But usually the best way is to keep them 3 entities for one project, and then you could do the same for the other one. That's it.
So there is no different for value chain projects kind of formats?
No. Whatever the project, whatever it could be applicable.
Thank you.
Welcome. Are we okay now? So tomorrow we will start also reviewing some problems of the other projects we didn't, and we go theory of change, and tomorrow we should finalize logical frameworks and start on the other parts. Are we done?
Sure. Okay. Yes.
Okay, Doctor.
Okay, then have a great evening. Enjoy your time as much as possible.
Enjoy your homework.
Thank you so much. Have a good time too.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Mr. Adel.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'll just talk to you about tomorrow, because I have I mean, first of all, Muhammad Allah sallam alayk.
Oh, sallam alayk. Yeah.
Yeah, he was asking me yesterday, and I told him it's a great session, and he was remembering that he met you long time.
He was my teacher, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He was my teacher. Yes.
And also Qasim Ghalib.
Qasim Ghalib. Yes. He was working.
No,
I think
he's with us in our non-financial services, the arm, Riyada.
Yeah, Riyada. Yes, exactly.
Yes, and so I mean, tomorrow we have. I won't be able to attend, but what I will do, right? Because we are discussing the strategy of the bank tomorrow. So for the 2013-2025. So if you allow me, I will log in and I will record the session. And if I have any questions, I will contact you.
Perfect. I will also share with you the updated version that has the logical framework part of the Excel document. It's great tomorrow, that I remembered it now, because you could all use it in your projects. Okay, let me okay, send it, click to retry. Now is sent, I think. Let's see, because it has a new tab for logical framework. If you already developed theory of change, now you could go to the logical framework, copy paste the ones available, and then work on the indicators and activities.
Okay, so did you decide yet you will add an additional day for training?
Yeah, I think we will have to add, and we will agree tomorrow the best time for everyone.
Okay, and actually I enjoyed too much in this training session, especially also we have friends from Ukraine, Arena, and Oliga, and different topics, and actually this is a very a good place to gather and to meet people and to understand other countries' needs and requirements.
Yes. Thank you so much, Bandar. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We'll be happy to. Yeah. So tomorrow you will have to record. That's one thing. Also, we are recording. The other thing, we will agree tomorrow on the day that we will add to the training. So we give the training enough time to really come up with good projects.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Thank you so much.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.